Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed. Sorry for that. We were having technical issues on YouTube, so thank you for everyone's patience. So there are no minutes for adoption today.
Okay. Any declarations of interest? Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I have interest in item number 16, 24 DURIE, and the reason is I received notice on this application.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any deferral requests? I think I saw one come in the supplementaries.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have a file closed first. So this file number is A026/23TEY. The municipal address is 25 Roxborough Street East. It was before the committee at the beginning of the year. However, the property has changed ownership and the new owners no longer want to pursue the application. So they've requested to withdraw and close the file. So I'll just need a motion for that.
We have a motion to close that file. Ms. Fig, seconder. Mr. Gogan, all in favor? Okay, it's passed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I also need the committee to move a motion regarding not excusing any absences, so that the Toronto East York panel of the Committee of Adjustment does not excuse any absences from the December 6, 2023 Panel A Committee of Adjustment meeting. And if I can have someone move that motion.
Mr. Gogan?
Yes? Please use your microphone.
I'm assuming that this was without prior notice?
This is without prior notice.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah.
Moved by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Ms. Fig. All in favor? Okay, it's passed.
And then let's get to the deferrals.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I do see two deferrals. Item number 9, 55 Danforth Avenue, as well as item number 10, 329 Strathmore Boulevard. I believe there will be a deferral request from the applicant, but we can just double check with them.
Okay. Number 9, do we want to, I don't imagine they're on the line now, are they?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person. And then we have a couple of people registered in interest, so we can just reach out to them and speak to them about the option of the deferral.
Okay.
So we could call up Michelle Grant.
Hi, can you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, Michelle Grant, 439 Beloyal Street.
Okay, and you're requesting a deferral?
Yes,
And can you just give us some reasons why?
yes. There, in the file, there was received a letter of objection from Toronto Lands Corporation, which is a subsidiary of the TDSB, which is the adjoining property. And in light of their letter, we've reached out to them and have a meeting to discuss the situation with them. And so we would like to defer until we have had time to talk to them some more.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. Do we have speakers on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have Christy on the line, and I'll be reaching out to Rebecca and Yvonne.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Christy.
Yes, speaking.
Hi. If you can give us your name and
Hi.
address, please.
Sure, my name is Christy, Kristi, Bovaconti, Bovaconti.
And your address, please?
My home address,
Sure.
102 Stevenson Avenue.
Okay, thank you. The applicant's requesting a deferral. What we'd like to hear from you, whether you agree or not to the deferral request.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
What it means
It's
is
just
the
a-
applicant has asked for a deferral to delay this application to allow them an opportunity to speak to those who are in opposition, particularly TDSB.
Okay, I'm for the deferral.
Okay, thanks very much. John, how are we doing?
Rebecca, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. My name's Rebecca Singus. I'm the principal at City Adult Learning Center located at 1 Danforth Avenue.
Thank you.
We are agreeable to the deferral.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, is there any further speakers? That's it. Okay, we'll go into committee panel. There's a request for a deferral to have a motion. Nellie,
I bring a motion to defer.
a little closer to your mic.
I bring a motion to defer the application.
Okay, motion made, a seconder. Lois? The motion to defer, all those in favor? You have your deferral.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, we had another deferral for number 10.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Perhaps we can get Ida Evangelista on the line just to confirm if she will be requesting deferral.
Okay.
Ida Evangelista, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members.
Hello, Ida.
Ida.
Ida, if I could just have you hold up for a second. I want to just read this item into the record, please.
No problem.
Okay, this is an application for 329 Strathmore Boulevard. And the purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the two-story ancillary building containing a laneway suite that was constructed without an authorized building permit. The existing attached shed abutting the west lot line will be demolished. The existing three-story attached main dwelling on the lot will remain unaltered. And we have, the committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 16 photographs of the subject property, a recent decision or a previous decision affecting the subject property in order to comply affecting the subject property, and email correspondence from community planning, staff report from property planning and development of the TDC, and many support letters from owners and occupants on Strathmore Boulevard, Danforth Avenue, Coxwell Avenue. Okay, Ida, sorry for interrupting you. Can you just, I don't think we got your address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Member Chair Clay. Little tongue-tied today.
It's a tough name.
Yeah, no kidding. Mine's tougher. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 329 Strathmore Boulevard.
Great.
And my address is 53 Bentworth Avenue.
Thank you. Can you give us the reason you're asking for a deferral?
Yes, I will. So in reviewing the documentation, I was talking to planning. We actually worked with planning on the application, and very late in the game, I joined the team later on, and I noticed that the zoning examiner, the height for the suite is incorrect. So unfortunately, I did try to work with the architect to see if we could still kind of work within the parameter of this height that was on this notice, but unfortunately we cannot. So I do have to ask for a deferral, and I also then have to go back to planning and confer with planning regarding the height, because the zoning examiner did state the height incorrectly on the notice.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have any speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no speakers registered for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll take this into committee. Panel, we have a request for deferral on this item. Thoughts? Mr. Gogan moves deferral. Seconder? Ms. Fig? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Ms. Evangelista, you have your deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Before we get started with item number 1, I need you to restate the land acknowledgement as it didn't make it onto YouTube.
The whole, just that portion?
Just that portion, thank you.
Okay, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. That's it. Okay, thank you. All right, we will go back to item number 1 on the agenda. And this is an application from 1 Ashby Place, and this is to alter the existing 2-story row house by reconstructing new rear decks on the first and second stories. The second story deck will be constructed with a canopy. The committee has before it a copy of plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from city planning, and a advisory memo from 2 advisory memos from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker online in concern.
Great, thank you. We get the agent.
Nasser, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Nas Amr, ASHBY Architects, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of 1 Ashby.
Great, thank you. We do have someone in registered to speak, so if you could give us a presentation no longer than 5 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Well, to start with, the deck has been in place at least since 1978, and we provided the city with some archival pictures showing that. It is in a bad decaying situation right now and is unsafe to be used. I actually got up there myself, and it's not safe to be used, which means basically the owner of the property doesn't have any access to outdoor area or a backyard. The deck is already 2 tiers. One of them is at ground level. It's slightly higher than ground level at the first floor, and then the second floor. There is doors leading to it. We're not asking or requesting to change anything in the structure itself. We're simply asking for a permission to renovate and reconstruct the deck to make it safe.
Okay, thanks very much. Oh, is that it?
Yeah, I just want to mention that the backyard is very, very small. It's 3.5 meters by 3.8. If we leave any of the required setback, that basically leaves nothing to construct anything on. To start with, the back property line setback is 7.5 meters, although the backyard itself is only 3.5. So we simply can't meet the zoning bylaw and still be able to fix this for our client. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay. Can we get the next speaker, please?
Alim, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Thanks. I have no.
I'm sorry, say again, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't connect through the WebEx. The password was not working there.
It's okay, we can hear you.
Don't have it. I don't have anything to add.
I'm sorry, could you just, for the record, just restate your name and your address, please?
Lynn Ramtula. It's 504 King Street East. We are adjacent to the property.
Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes if you want to give us your thoughts.
I don't really have anything to add. I'm just I'm just here because as a neighbor. So I'm not seeing that. I'm just getting the documents right now because they were inaccessible online, and I can't get onto the Cisco WebEx because the password doesn't work. So I'm actually just trying to catch up, and I'm not seeing anything that is of any concern for us.
So you don't have any concerns with the proposal that's before us?
No, not at this time. I don't have. I'm a little taken back as to how the access is I guess available, but from what I've quickly glanced through, there isn't anything I'm seeing that seems to be of concern.
Okay, so just for your information, the applicants indicated that they're basically replacing what is there right now with a more structurally sound deck.
Yeah, fantastic. That's great. I guess my only question is whether, because I'm not seeing it on the drawings, but whether there will be, whether the top and bottom decks will be connected, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll bring the agent back and maybe he can answer that question for you.
Sure.
Okay, thanks very much. Can we get the agent back?
Nasser, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, okay. So it's a one structure, and what we're proposing this time is actually not supported by the house itself. Just keeping in mind how old the house is, how many trials there was in the back to attach a ledger to the house, we decided to just add a couple of posts about a couple of feet from the house and cantilever that board back into the house. So if the question is whether it's one structure, it is. If the question about connection is about the fact that there is a stairs leading from the upper deck to the lower deck, no, there isn't.
Okay.
The upper deck is going to be simply a balcony. The upper floor and the lower deck will have a few steps to grade.
Okay, that's great.
So will the upper floor be...
Hold on. We'll just, we're just gonna hold you off there and go back to the agent. Okay. Is that, Mr. Amir, is that everything you wanted to share with us?
Well, that's everything in regarding to answering the question that I just heard. The issue with the zoning certificate when we requested one was that we don't meet the setback, and I think I explained why. There was another issue about heritage, and we already got their approval through an email and shared that with the city. And it looks like the neighbors are okay with the renovation. It's just a good addition to everybody there.
Okay. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we can take this into committee. Any thoughts, comments? Nellie? Oh, you have a question. Pardon me. Yep, go ahead.
I have a question about the coverage of the lot, the little sliver of land between the fence and the proposed deck. What's the material covering the... Mr. Ammer?
Hello, Mr. Ammer, are you there? Okay, Mr. Ammer, did you hear the question?
I'm not muted right now. So what was the question, kindly?
Okay. The question is what the material that covering is the rest of the lot, you know, the little sliver of land between the fence and the proposed deck.
It could be grass, like whatever is approved by the city. We thought of it as just gravel to be permeable, but we didn't think of it and allowing the water to run off the bottom.
Okay, so will you agree to make it a permeable material, preferably grass?
Permeable.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, let's go into committee. Comments, thoughts, motion? Do you want to get closer to your mic there, Paul?
There seems to be no opposition. So, and again, it's an appropriate. It is minor in nature. So.
Do you want a condition for the
conditional on the semi or non-permeable landscape in the back, right?
No, permeable.
Oh, permeable. Sorry, not permeable. So, permeable landscape in the back.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Gogan. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Volpert, all those in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. We move on to item number 2, 20, hang on a second. 20 ROSTREVOR Road. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2nd-story addition above the entire 1-story portion along the south side wall. Also to permit a parking space located in the front yard. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of the property's rear yard, a previous decision affecting the subject property, supporting materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx. We have a report from transportation. And we have 23 letters in support signed by owners, several owner occupants of ROSTREVOR Road and Camberwell Road received on November 29th.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent on the line, and we do not have any registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Okay, can we have the agent?
Lee Tishman, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Can we get your full name and address, please?
My name is Lee Tishman. My address is 20 ROSTREVOR Road in Toronto.
Great, thanks very much. This seems to be a fairly straightforward application panel. Does anyone want a presentation? We don't really need a presentation. We're going to take it into committee for a decision, but before we do, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
I have nothing to add other than the submission, unless there's any questions you require answered.
Any questions, panel? Mr. Gogan?
The application requests a front driveway. That driveway exists today, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. We'll take it into committee then. Thoughts and comments?
I think the variances seem to be minor, and I propose that we accept the application.
Anyone else, any comments? Anyone concerned about the parking pad? We're good?
Yep.
Okay. All right, do you want to make that a motion, Lois?
I move that we accept this application, given that the variances are minor.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan, moved and seconded. All in favor? All in favor? It's approved, unanimous. Thank you very much. Your application is approved.
Through you, Mr.
Amanda,
Chair,
can we do the next two
probably-
together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the next two items we will do together because they are in relation to laneway suites which are attached in two separate properties' backyards. So this is item number 321 LAPPIN Avenue. And this is an application to construct a two-story semi-detached ancillary building or laneway suite in the rear yard of the three-story semi-detached triplex currently under construction as approved under minor variance decision A1149/19 TUI. There will be a total of 4 dwelling units on the lot, 3 in the main house and 1 in the laneway suite. This current application is necessitated to correctly identify variances for the laneway suite not included in the previous minor variance decision. Forgive me as I read in what we have before us. A copy of the plan survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, deposited plan of survey, covering letter from the agent, previous decisions affecting the subject property, and correspondence from, in opposition from the resident at 1 LAPPIN Avenue. I'm just going to read in also item number 4. This is 19 LAPPIN, the adjacent property. This is an application to construct two-story semi-detached ancillary building in the rear yard of the three-story semi-detached triplex currently under construction as approved by minor variance decision A1147/19 TUI. There will be a total of 4 dwelling units on the lot, 3 units within the main house and 1 unit in the laneway suite. This current application is also necessitated to correctly identify variances for the laneway suite not included in the previous minor variance decision. And similarly, the committee has materials before it, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, deposited plan of survey, copy covering letter from the agent, and previous decisions affecting the property. We also have correspondence from 1 LAPPIN Avenue in opposition.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item, for both items, item 3 and item 4.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, can we get the agent online?
Sal, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Committee of Adjustment staff, and attending members. This is Sal Creamy, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West for 19 and 21 LAPPIN Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Creamy. I think we'd benefit from a quick overview of what you're proposing here today.
I completely agree. So it's directly matching what was previously before the committee. As heard, just the variances were missed pertaining to the laneway suite. Since that application in 2021, we've eliminated 2 of the variances pertaining to either laneway suite. And as you can see, the laneway suites in relation to the houses that are currently under construction will substantially add to the rental stock of this perfectly situated community, which is desperately in need for more rental units. The variances that you see before you pertaining to either laneway suite, upon my review, respectfully I submit, are minor in nature. The landscaping variance that we have before us in relation to the rear yard, so the space between main dwelling and the ancillary laneway suites, is minor in nature and matches the approved area per the original decision. No change were made, and with the tight lot and the building envelope that's going in place to provide such rental stock, it's quite a feat that we were still able to provide some soft landscaping, in addition to mitigate further the water concerns to adjacent neighbors. If you can see before you on the lot grading plan, I don't think it's included, but it would have been with the original submission. There's actually going to be an area drain that goes in as well, connected to the to the storm sewers. So virtually no runoff water will be affected to adjacent neighbors. Now, we'll speak to the 0% soft landscaping variance, which pertains to the space between the laneway, municipal laneway, and front/rear of the laneway suites. Now, although zoning calls for landscaping there, soft landscaping, it's a highly used and salted area within the winter months. Soft landscaping there would be virtually impossible to maintain, and realistically wouldn't, in such a small area, wouldn't really serve as much of a benefit. It would create safety concerns going inside. Over time, the soft landscaping would break down, and there's a catch basin directly in the laneway in front of these suites. So, and that's also the space where bicycle parking was provided. And respectfully, I submit again, although it's a zero allotment or provision, it's minor in nature based on the context of this proposal. And then lastly, it brings us to the angular plane variance. The reason we're triggering that variance is due to the enlarged dormers that are present on the front wall of the laneway suites, which would be directly behind the rear main wall. Because we're slightly over, I believe it's 25% of the allowable dormer space, that's why we're triggering that variance. The angular plane measurement is still in place, as you can see. And the intention of doing that was to provide a little bit more light, because that's the south-facing wall. So at least to provide a little bit more of a comfortable living environment for the future occupants of those laneway suites. And to match the overall architectural design, those were the two primary reasons why the dormers were made a little bit larger, thus creating that angular plane variance. And finally, I'll submit that I did review the letter submitted by One Lappin Avenue, and it directly relates to the soft yard landscaping concerns. And as I've submitted, I think with the justification I've provided, it should be somewhat easing the concerns from One Lappin, because there is going to be soft landscaping, and to make up that difference that's not provided, a catch basin is being installed, part of the current building permit of the main dwelling units, that will catch runoff water, both from the house and any natural occurrence from rain or precipitation or snow. And respectfully, I want to turn it over to the committee to see if there's any further questions pertaining to both applications.
Great, thanks very much. Panel members, any questions? Mr. Creamy, I do notice in the rear yard, the area between the laneway suite and the lane, you have bicycle storage, which is great, but you also are proposing to use asphalt there. Appreciate that your point about the narrowness of the strip, but instead of asphalt, would you be open to permeable pavers?
I see the reasoning through you, Mr. Chair, about bringing that point up. Again, I want to look at the logical situation that we have in place. The asphalt would actually get the water over to the catch basin faster, which is where we want that water to go. Having water mitigate into the ground adjacent to the concrete bed that's under that laneway might actually unnecessarily break down the laneway construction, because we'll allow water to get under and underneath the concrete base of the asphalt, which would unnecessarily heave or crack the laneway suite. I think because of this situation, a hardscaping would be best to get the water over to the catch basin. It's not like with the permeable pavers are perfect when they're going to be used around other soft landscaping surfaces. We're going to put permeable pavers in place where, for one, we have foundations and garages beside us where water can mitigate and get under. And then two, we have the laneway road construction where water can get under. So honestly, I think the best application for that rear laneway would be hard landscaping, such as asphalt, to get the water to the catch basin and not have another concern about water getting under that permeable pavers and over to the garages of the neighbors, which are actually right to the property line. So it might actually cause concerns too for the neighbors, water getting under their shallow slab-on-grade foundations, heaving or cracking over time.
You will appreciate that the bylaw does require that strip be of soft landscaping regardless of the adjacent properties, right?
No, I get it, but and like when we're looking at these applications, each one is kind of a unique situation, and I'm not trying to provide a point to save money. It's just a logical explanation why I think hardscape is better there than soft landscape.
Okay.
Because if you understand the logic of
I do. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it. I think that's the point. Okay, thank you
the
very much.
soft Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Panel? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Thoughts?
I understand his,
You want to closer to the mic?
I understand his comment about the laneway asphalt, but it also is deficient in green landscape area. I might suggest that we make approval of this application based upon the condition that it be a permeable paver versus asphalt there.
Okay.
For discussion.
Anyone else? I frankly would agree with that. I think, you know, the bylaw does require a certain percentage of landscape on those strips in between, and when we can't accommodate it, then at least we can put in place something which is better than asphalt.
Yeah.
And frankly, reducing the amount of rainfall going into catch basins and the storm system is actually a pretty good thing. So I would agree with you. Okay, so any further comments? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Paul?
Approve based upon the condition of permeable pavers between the laneway suite and the laneway, currently where the bicycle parking is.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Fig, thank you very much. Move to approve with that condition. All in favor? That is approved. You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for public record, that motion is for both item number
Fair
3 and item number 4, just
Thank
to
you very
clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Exactly right. Okay, we move on to item number 5, which is 74 Hazelton Avenue. This is an application to convert the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling from 1 dwelling unit into 3 dwelling units by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a terrace. Also to construct a new rear 2-story ancillary building, a detached garage, accessed by the existing easement from the abutting property known as 76 Hazelton Avenue, as described in instrument number 593397. The committee has before it a lot. We have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a previous decision affecting the subject property, 4 photographs of the subject property submitted December the 4th, 7 photographs of neighboring properties received December the 4th, a covering letter from Megan Lellin, owner, I'm not sure, there's no property address, is that the owner of 74 Hazelton? Thank you. Supporting materials from Louis Bajana, agent, December 4th. Comparable previous decisions from properties surrounding the subject property. A party wall agreement between Tom and Jala Phillips of 76 Hazelton Avenue and the owner. A sun and shadow study. We have email correspondence from transportation. We have staff reports from urban forest, 2 staff reports from urban forestry. We have correspondence in opposition from 78 Hazelton, 95 Hazelton, 79 Hazelton, 49 Berryman. The ABC Residents Association, 42 Berryman, 68 Hazelton, 76 Hazelton, 76 Hazelton again. The solicitor on behalf of 76 Hazelton, 75 Hazelton, 34 Berryman, 54 Hazelton, 36 Berryman, 76 Hazelton in response to the owner's cover letter, 73 Hazelton, 67 Hazelton, and supporting materials in opposition from 76 Hazelton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We do have 2 speakers here in person in opposition and 1 speaker online in opposition.
Great. Thank you very much. Can we have the agent, please?
Louis, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Mr. Bayana, you've been unmuted. Louis Bayana, you've been unmuted. You can speak now. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to give him a call directly. Maybe he can call in.
Folks, just hang with us for a second.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, panel members. Could you guys hear me?
Yes, please. If you could state your name and address, please.
Louis Bahanya, authorized agent for 74 Hazelton Avenue. Address is 4 Munhall Road, Etobicoke, Ontario, M9P 1P9.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bayana. We have a fair amount of opposition. We'll need a 5-minute presentation from you. And if you could particularly speak to, this was refused in April, if you could particularly speak to what has changed since then.
Yes, absolutely. Fair enough. So 74 Hazelton has been in the family since 1999. I'll just go over the scope of work. It is to propose to enclose partially of the third floor existing deck. We're also planning to introduce a 2-story glass atrium at the rear on the ground floor footprint, along with a detached garage at the back. Some of the changes that were made from the previous Committee of Adjustment hearing were, at first, one of the comments were that it was very blocked. The third story was a full structure up until the existing footprint. So some of the changes are as follows. We reduced the originally proposed 3-story glass atrium to a 2-story glass atrium. We introduced a step down at the 3rd story level, as per city planners and panel members' comments, to be more in line with the Yorkville Triangle bylaws. As well as that, we also worked with the roof, the existing glass atrium at the back will have a glass roof, again, just to allow light to travel to adjacent properties as well. In terms of soft landscaping, it may not be much, but it is difficult to work with because we are limited based on the driveway access, but we did increase the soft landscaping to a total of about 13% now. We're more than happy to propose permeable pavers wherever possible, as much as possible, to help reduce runoff to adjacent properties. I just also noted that, I just want to note that we have made some revisions and work closely with city planners. We have heard the neighbors' concerns and thoughts. They have been, submitting lots of documents. There's been some communication back and forth. Unfortunately, there's no meeting. Therefore, that's why we leave it up to you guys to decide, what would be best for this area. We also do feel strongly that what we're proposing falls in line with what's been proposed around the area very recently, including the address at 76 Hazelton. They've gone approved for very similar, even greater variances, including 76, 78. I have a list that we can go through. I can gladly go through in details with you guys if you guys need to, but we definitely do feel that we are following the precedent that's been sent along this street. We have been working with planners to respect all the bylaws as much as possible, and here to listen to your guys' comments and, of course, opposing neighbors as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll hold questions until we hear from those folks who want to speak to us. With one exception, this has been refused. Did I hear you say you have had discussions with the surrounding neighbors, or have there been any, have you or your client had any discussions?
Well, with the neighbors, they did oppose in the first hearing, and so we did hear the thoughts. There's also been other items that's not related to this variance. For example, the neighbor at 76 was trying to deem the rightful right-of-way that's at the back of his, runs along the side and the back of his property leading onto 76. He tried to, there were ongoing discussions, some lawyer fees, some lawyer work going on to remove it, but it is legal and lawful, and it's been there for over 100 years. And so, with that communication, it hasn't been easy, but we have taken their consideration into our revised drawings.
Okay, I'm not sure I got a direct answer, but we'll leave it there, and maybe we can have the first, I think someone's here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we just hold 1 minute until we get the video running?
Okay.
Okay. Please
Ready?
proceed.
Okay. Hi, welcome. If you can both give us your name, and are you both speaking?
I think I am primarily.
We
Okay.
were supposed to both to speak. Some of the material is done for.
Okay, well, just to be on the safe side, why don't we introduce both of you and your address, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tom Phillips. This is my wife, Shale. We're at 76 Hazelton, the semi-detached neighbors directly north of 74 Hazelton.
Great, thank you very much, and welcome. You have 5 minutes.
We are objecting because even this revised version fails to address our concerns. When we were planning our renovation, we went door to door to every neighbor seeking their input. We met with the applicant 8 times. We changed our plan for him, removed windows, signed a contract authored by him to only work Monday to Friday from 9 to 5, and much more. In contrast, he never shared any of his plans with us, ever. We again reached out last week, asking him to meet and to alter his plans. His written reply, and I quote, "We will not and cannot change our plans." So here we are yet again objecting. This application has 12 variances. There are 15 registered objection letters, including one from the ABC Residents Association, which is solely devoted to enhancing the quality of life of our neighborhood through active participation in municipal issues. Document 1, please. 1, the third floor extension exceeds our extension by 8 feet 11 inches. This will block our south sunlight forever. Please ask the applicant to change his plans and to line it up with ours. He will still be able to have 2 bedrooms and 2 full bathrooms on his third floor. 2, this massive 2-story, 75 square meter large, 9-foot, 3-inch ceilings is not a garage, it's a house. It will become the 4th dwelling with windows looking directly into our family room, and the revised added man door makes this conversion even easier. Yes, our garage is also tall to look like a Victorian coach house, but ours is only 1 story. It cannot be 2 stories, and we signed a document registered with the COA that our garage will never be residential. Please ask the applicant to change his garage to 1 story with a roof line similar to ours with 1 garage door and not use it as residential. 3, this atrium exceeds our extension by 14 inches. Its north windows directly looking into our family room. Please ask him to set this atrium back by 14 inches and make the north windows opaque. Also, the section applied in the updated examiner's notice is incorrect. Section 10.5.50.10.3b only applies if the lot frontage is 6 meters or less. 74's frontage is 6.5 meters. Therefore, Section A should have been applied here, which asks for a minimum of 50% of the rear yard for soft landscaping. So variance 6 is even worse than it is. The revised application still does not meet the 4 tests. 1, this application is not minor in nature. 2 massive buildings, main house with an FSI of 1.26, plus a 2-story garage, 75 square meters large, almost double the allowed 40 square meters, and 12.3% soft landscaping instead of 50% is not minor. 2, it is not an appropriate development. It is far too dense for the site, huge loss in soft landscaping. 3, it is not in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. It actually contravenes many bylaws that are intended to reduce massing and increase softscape. Yes, we have very little landscaping, but the applicant is the main cause of that. We bought the house with zero landscaping, asphalt everywhere. We made it better with French drains, permeable landscaping, and planting trees wherever we could, even including a tree on wheels. But now he has taken us to court to cut all the trees down. So where will all the water of 74 go? 4, it is not in keeping with the intent of the official plan. Yorkville is special. Bylaws are written to preserve the character of this historic neighborhood. A massive stucco building and a French chateau 2-story garage are not in keeping. His plans have inaccuracies. The roof plan shows the back portion of the sloped roof will remain existing, but the south facade shows the same roof dotted, meaning it will be removed, and shows a flat roof instead. Which one is it? The applicant has written to everyone, COA included, that he intends to use this house only for his family and will not rent it out. So why 3 kitchens and 3 dwellings? Is this application transparent? In addition to owning 74 Hazelton, the applicant has owned both 88 and 90 Hazelton Avenue for many years, both vacant, both with garages and laneway access. If the 74 lot size does not support all that the applicant wants, why not these 2 houses? We have put forward 5 conditions for
Just going to give you a little bit of a heads up. You've hit your 5 minutes, so if you could wrap up, please.
I will. Thank you. We have put forward 5 conditions for these plans in our written objection. Please, members of the committee, we plead to you to consider those in your decision-making. I very much appreciate you listening to me. I have one last question or request. If I could please ask you to read the letter from the ABC Residents Association. They're professionals. They work for the neighborhood. They're nonprofit. They're volunteer. They say it much better than I ever could. But that's a very good letter, and may I suggest respectfully looking at that letter again with some attention.
Great, thank you very much. I can assure you that I and all the panel members have read all the material, including that letter. So don't worry about that at all.
I didn't mean to.
No, of course not. I just want to make sure that you and others know that we read these materials quite thoroughly.
Thank you.
Panel, any questions of these folks?
No, thank you.
Thank you, great presentation. I had one question, and I don't want to get into the details of the litigation you referred to, but you said something about litigation about trees, and I wonder if you could just elaborate on that.
May I elaborate on that? This neighbor took us to court after our renovation and said that we have obstructed the laneway because we had a tree on wheel that we can move and other stuff. And then recently, we have spent our entire retirement saving on legal things. He took us to court. And recently, we asked him, okay, let's agree on something. He put forward multiple documents. One of them is to remove the tree on wheel, to cut the too thin tree on the north side, because
So I don't want to get into too much detail, but I just want to clear, it was trees on your property?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
But it is a little bit, like it's about maybe 3 inches into the right of way. We have a right of way.
Right.
So,
okay, thank you very much. All right, is there further speakers? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paul Elia, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Paul Elia, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Okay. Just hang on, folks. We're going to reach out to contact this speaker.
Paul Elia, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
I have nothing
you.
really to add after.
If you can just, sorry,
after
if you can
hearing,
just, sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but if you could just state your name and address for us, please.
Paul Elia, 68 Hazelton Avenue.
Okay. You have up to 5 minutes.
I really have nothing to add other than what Tom and I have nothing really to add to what Tom and Jaleh have asked. They've really portrayed all my concerns.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we, I guess, get the agent back, please?
Lewis, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much.
Hi,
Would
Mr.
you want me
Banyan. If
to
you could,
address the neighbor's concern?
if you've got 5 minutes, if you could address the concerns that we've heard today.
Great, perfect, thank you. So a couple points. I know that they're concerned about the second story in the garage. So this will serve only as storage. We're not proposing any sort of finishing, any sort of plumbing. None of that stuff has been proposed on the drawings. We're happy to include this into a notice to make sure that in the notice of decision that this would be used for storage space and storage space only. And plus, if we were to wanted to convert this into a later date to a livable space, we would have to go through the whole process. And this is not what we want. This is not what our intentions are regarding that second story of the garage. I know he mentioned something about privacy issue. He wanted to frost the windows on the north of the atrium. So we actually have a lot of privacy issues coming from their side because they have a massive third-story deck that overlooks completely onto our property. It's been noted actually in a previous hearing from the panel members that overlook, we have, if we're having an overlook, they even have a bigger issue with us. We've had no complaints from them. We haven't complained regarding their overlook, but it's evident that they have a massive third-story deck that overlooks our entire property of the whole side. So I think to request frosting of the first and second story on the north wall, I don't feel that would address their concerns of overlook. The fact that they have a massive deck just overlooks everything. So regarding the 0% landscaping at the rear, so actually if we can open up the documents for 78 Hazelton, the notice of decision, please. And the reason why I would want 76 Hazelton Avenue notice to be pulled up is
sorry, just to be
that they got
just to be clear here, what we're looking at is 74. You want, what was the address you wanted us to look at?
76.
76. So
76,
you want a previous decision from number 76?
Correct.
Hang on a second.
Correct. Sure. That's 78.
Can't find it, or? I don't think I saw that. Was that in the supplementary? It's 76 is in the supplementary.
It's under the files. It should be notice of decision, and 76 should be the first one.
We're happy to deal with this one, but as you appreciate that previous decisions on other properties are separate from decisions on your property, right?
Absolutely. I do understand that, correct. Well, just touching base on the 0%, so we know that they got approval for 0, and obviously that's not beneficial to anybody, but it's because of this because we have the right of way at the back and we're proposing a detached garage. It kind of brings up this issue. It's hard to avoid, and again, we're more than happy to even work with grading drainage engineers to help maneuver the water in the runoff systems to adjacent neighbors. So it's not something we're opposed to. We're definitely willing to work and find a solution for everybody regarding this. And it's just because of this detached garage that creates this issue, this variance. Yeah, this is it. So I understand that, and just to quickly go through it, yes, we do understand every property is looked at individually, but this is 76 Hazelton, and so the red boxes are variances that they requested and got approved for. And so there's a lot of items that they're bringing up, that they're objecting to, but, it's stuff that they've received approval for and in recent years, and they've built everything as per the approved plans that got approved in 2020. So it is unfortunate to have to deal with this, and this isn't the only case. There's been many cases in this area that have similar or greater variances. It's just something that, we when working with planners and working with what's been approved in the area, we do take this into account and try to keep in line with what's been done in the past, and even comments from planners and the previous panel members as well. Regarding number 68 Hazelton, I know he is to our south. There is a large parking lot in between ours. And so I think last time he had issues of sun studies, but it was also deemed by the panel members that he is a little bit some distance away, that our proposed wouldn't have any effect on his property. That's correct. Yeah, you could see. Yeah, you could see there's a lot 70 and 72 are empty. They are parking lots. And so our neighbor 68, he didn't mention any issues, but he is quite some distance away.
Okay, I'm just going to give you another minute if you need it, because we had took some time finding your materials.
Those are basically the points. I do feel this time we have worked with planners, and there has been actually communications via email with the owners, the attached neighbors, 76 Hazelton. So, not that it serves any good for the panels to see him. It's just discussions going on between neighbors, but it has happened. There has been communication. There isn't a common ground. And so, they got approval for one thing, but don't want others to do the same. We notice that it's a lot of opposing neighbors do bring up the same issues, like, sun. But these streets are coming from perpendicular streets, therefore, really no effect on their property whatsoever. And this is a sun study we have here with our proposed addition that, there's actually two massive buildings in the back. They're 10 and 9 stories each, and those have much greater effects onto 76's property than our addition ever would. The blue highlight is the battle caused by 76.
Okay. Thanks very much. Panel members, any questions? Ms. Volper?
I have a question about the support, and since the new drawings and new plans came out, did you talk or did you meet with any of the neighbors? I just need to clarify that.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. There's been back and forth 2 weeks ago since this topic, and they start to express their concern. And I know they've shown the floor plans, their proposed floor plans of how we should revise our proposed drawings to the neighbors. But unfortunately, they're proposing minimum bedrooms. It simply wouldn't work. There's 3 boys, 2 small bedrooms. We've already minimized as much as possible the floor space as possible.
And just to clarify, there was something about the inability to change plans, I understand. So is there a particular reason you're no longer able to adjust the plans?
An 8 by 10 bedroom for 2 boys is a little tight. They are growing boys. They will need their space. We were thinking, there's one on the way coming in February. So there's basically going to be 3 boys, 2 bedrooms. So it is already tight as is. And to propose 8 by 10 bedrooms, just not feasible for the boys.
Just to be clear, you're seeking approval for 3 dwelling units, right?
It's existing. We're not changing anything. Those, once upon a time, before the owners owned this property, it was a multiplex, it was a triplex. This is a single-family home serving one family with, there's a couple, there's the mother, her mother-in-law, and then the 3 boys, along with the nanny.
Yeah,
living in the property. So,
I'm just trying to
the nanny's
clarify.
temporarily, but
Sorry for interrupting. I'm just trying to clarify. The purpose of the application speaks to this being a single dwelling unit. It's being converted into 3 dwelling units. So just so the panel understands what actually you're proposing. So are there going to be 3 dwelling units upon completion?
there is 3 kitchens. This isn't a variance.
No, but the purpose of the application speaks to converting from 1 to 3. I appreciate that the variances are different, but I'm trying to clarify what the purpose of your application is.
It's an existing 3-story that when we show the floor plans, the kitchens show up. Therefore, they want to make it illegal. But it's existing kitchens that we're not planning to renovate. They've been there for a while. It's for convenience for nannies and all that. So, I mean, I believe it's a legal duplex, and they're adding a nanny suite on the 3rd.
So there will be
But
3 dwelling units.
as-
Sorry, I keep interrupting. I apologize. There will be 3 units when this is done.
Used by a single family, correct.
Okay, thank you. Lois.
Thank you. Sir, you heard your neighbor's comments, and I was wondering if you could speak to one of them. They ask whether or not you would consider moving your 3rd floor extension back by 8 feet 11 inches, and that's to line up with theirs. Could you comment on that?
Yes, absolutely. So that goes back to if we can pull up the 3rd floor proposed plans. So it's a 2-bedroom with a shared bathroom in the middle.
Beg your pardon, I'm sorry to interrupt, because I thought I heard you say that that might be like a nanny suite?
Correct. So that area would be used for the 3 boys, 1 coming in February, and then the area upstairs would be for the nanny suite.
And would you be able to consider lining up with your neighbors?
It's a tough thing to meet. I mean, it's the bedroom size. I feel they're not massive. I think they just have enough room. Those are actual size of beds. So I mean, to go any smaller, to give an 8 by 10 small bedroom, I think would be injustice for the boys.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay, let's take this one into committee. Let's have a discussion on this one. Any thoughts? We can talk amongst ourselves, yes. You have to do it on record, so you have to have your microphone on. You got to speak loudly.
Okay.
People need to hear you.
Yes, it's hard to speak to everyone. With the previous case, right? So was there triplex intent as well? The one was.
I think it was a similar application. What we're seeing before us is, I think, according to the agent, it's smaller. It is not as deep as it was originally proposed. But I think you're hearing some concern about that as well.
I am a little concerned.
Your microphone on?
Well, it is now. I am a little concerned about variance 1 and variance 9. I'd like to discuss with my fellow panelists. They do seem, well, the first one not lining up with the neighbors, my question, and having the 2-story garage as well. They do seem a little excessive when it comes to looking at the bylaws.
Okay. Paul, you have any thoughts?
So again, we don't have the ability to participate in the previous discussion, but when we look at, is it minor? Is it in keeping? It seems like this, when you look at the building depth is now, the proposed depth is an additional 8 meters plus an additional length. And we look at the additional allowable density. I'm sorry, I have to find the actual building. The building depth is going from 17.
Paul, can I just ask you to move closer to your microphone?
From 17 meters to 26 meters. And the FSI is going from 1 to, 126. I think when you have, in my opinion, when you have one of these kind of out of whack, but the other one seemingly within reason, you can kind of work with, but most of these are kind of beyond reasonable, but beyond minor, and when they stack up. And then I don't understand why they have the additional height of the rear garage or the rear building, the accessory building, because if it's primarily for cars, why is it such a tall height, effectively creating additional GFA on the site? I don't understand why, and maybe that's something we can, the applicant suggested it was storage, but meanwhile, the neighborhood is also trying to live with, obviously, height bylaws and shadow. So, again, I find the sum of them all not minor, looking at them all. Not one is, again, that's my opinion.
Great. I will weigh in on this one. I have 3 comments. One, when an application gets refused, as this one has, when it comes back, I think there's an expectation on the part of this committee that there are fulsome and detailed discussions with those who opposed it the first time with an attempt to kind of reconcile, recognizing that you can't always mitigate concerns of neighbors. But I'm sensing in this case that those discussions either didn't happen or certainly didn't happen in the manner that would lead to any mitigating elements of the redesign. I too am concerned about the length. I think it's just too deep. It's the massing on this building with that depth. I appreciate that others may have gotten approvals or similar permissions in the past, but that was the past. The massing of this application and the depth is excessive for the site, and it does then have a consequential impact on rear yard landscaping. The third concern I have is in respect of the rear garage, the ancillary dwelling. It is simply too high. There is a provision for height, exceeding height for ancillary garages or ancillary dwellings, but when there is a public policy outcome of that, either a laneway suite or a garden suite. In this instance, there is no public good associated with a higher ancillary dwelling or a garage. So I don't think that that's acceptable. So I frankly am unable to support this application. So if there's no further comments, I'll look to the panel for a motion on this one. Ms. Volpert.
I'll bring a motion to refuse this application.
Motion to approve. Do we have a seconder?
Refuse. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Did I say? Did I? My apologies. Motion to refuse. Thank you. Seconder? Ms. Fig. All in favor? Your application is refused. Thank you. We will move on to item number 6. For Mulberry Crescent. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a new front porch with steps, second-story addition, partial third-story addition, a rear second-story balcony, and a front third-story balcony. The panel has before it a copy of the plan survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, a tree protection plan with 5 photographs on the subject property, a report from Urban Forestry, and 12 letters in support signed by several owners and occupants of Mulberry Crescent, received on November 27th. Do we have...
Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. We have this agent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application, 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Thank you. Just hang on a sec. Panel looks fairly straightforward. Does anyone need a presentation? Okay, we don't need a presentation, sir. Before we take it into committee, is there anything you'd like to share with the panel?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're in committee. Thoughts, comments, motion?
Motion we approve.
Mr. Gogan?
Again, the reason why is I find it's, when you look at the context in which it exists, it's well suited for additional story as like adjacent properties, and all the variances are minor in nature.
Okay, and there's a condition, forestry condition number one?
Number one, and including the applicant comply with forestry condition number one.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition number one. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Fig? All in favor? And you have your approval, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we move on to item number 7, 42 Pearson Avenue. This application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition to replace the existing rear 1-story addition, a rear 3rd-story addition, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and also to construct a 2-story ancillary building with a 1-car garage and a laneway suite above in the rear of the property abutting the lane. There will be a total of 3 dwelling units on the lot, 2 in the main house and 1 in the laneway suite. The panel has before it a copy of plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, an application to injure or remove the tree, arborist report, tree preservation plan, and correspondence, additional correspondence from the agent received November 30th. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry, 2 staff reports from Urban Forestry, and 2 form letters in support from 35 and 46 Pearson Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. We have the agent.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Gregorio. I'm the agent for the owners. My address is 44 Fairfield Crescent in Northport.
Okay, maybe, I know we don't have any additional speakers, but I think we might benefit from a quick overview of your application, please.
Sure. We needed to increase a little bit the size of the ground floor to make a proper entrance into a basement apartment, which is going to be a long-term rental, 2-bedroom apartment. And this is why we have 5.85 square meters addition onto the ground floor. We also increased the size of the 3rd floor, the attic, to add a home office, a 3rd bedroom. So this is why the proposed floor space index goes from 0.85, which is over the zoning permitted 0.69 to 1. The other condition is the length of the house. All the houses, actually 44 and 42, are over the 17 meters that is required. Our house is in line with number 44, which is a very large house next door. And the length that west is only on the ground floor. The 2nd floor and the 3rd floor have only 30.44 meters in depth. So we're requesting this length, this depth to be approved only on the ground floor. For the laneway suite, we went back and forth with the zoning examiner 3 times and reduced from 7 non-conformities to 3. The first one is the landscape area of the backyard. The soft area, the landscape area, is 5 square meters smaller because we proposed a deck. In my opinion, a deck would be better than paved stone. because it's more permeable. And also we can provide an access, an escape route from the basement through the egress window, which is in the backyard. Reducing the size of this deck is going to be almost about 2/3 of the backside is very small. The next variance is the setback from the back lane to the building of the garage, and of course the laneway suite, which is only 0.38 meters. I wish I could give you 1 meter, but the space is so tight that if we reduce it, then the garage is going to become too small and the apartment above is going to become too small. Also, looking at the properties, many garages are much closer to the lane than ours is proposed. And the last one is the angular plane. Of course, this is going to give some shadow into the backyard, but only onto the ground floor because the second floor is much further. So I don't think it's going to be a problem because we have on the elevation towards the yard only 2 doors and a bathroom window.
Okay. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Nope. I just have one question. It looks like from your elevations there is sliding doors off a bedroom in the rear with looks like in a Juliet, but it opens up onto a flat roof. So can you just confirm that there will be no terrace or deck over the flat roof in the rear?
There will be no terrace or flat roof.
Okay.
The roof is just a roof. It's not a deck.
Okay. Good. Thank you. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Any thoughts, comments? Nellie?
Just in general, this.
No, just closer. Just
okay.
Yeah.
It's, this project offers 3 residential units, which is good for the city, and it's understandable why the main house it has several variances. To me, the laneway suite, frankly, I'm not convinced there is a reason it should have variances. Like it could be, from looking at the plans, I think it could be within the the zoning bylaws. So
there's no variance for it's as of right.
Variance with the setback. There is a variance with the setback.
You're right. Pardon me.
Yes, and actually with the angular plane as well.
Okay.
So I would, support the, main house variances, but I would strike the variances, with regards to land suite.
Okay. Motion? That was a motion?
Any other? No, I agree. Okay, I bring in the motion to approve the main residence and strike variances 3 and 5.
Oh, sorry, you want to remove those variances?
Refuse. Through you, Mr. Chair. Is the motion to approve variances 1, 2, and 4 and refuse variances 3 and 5?
Correct. Yeah, okay.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, I didn't. I apologize. I didn't understand your motion either. So maybe Lois.
I'm just wondering if you could explain why you wanted to strike those 2, because I didn't follow you there. I thought I heard you say that you weren't even sure that they were needed variances. Oh, but I'll leave it to you.
What I meant, I didn't see the justification.
Can I add a comment as well? So I find that the 1-story addition off the back seems to be, again, minor in nature, seems to be sensitive to the neighbors and adjacent uses, and it seems to be in keeping with the neighborhood. So I agree with that. The only thing about the laneway suite is that it's similar in size to its neighbor at 44 with regard to footprint. So again, I think, I don't know if 44 is compliant or not compliant, you never know. But that was the only thing that I thought made it somewhat minor in nature, was that it somewhat aligns on the laneway side with regard to it. Again, the angular plane thing, I think you're right, it's a question whether or not it is minor or not. So.
Thoughts?
Just confirm, there's no opposition in this,
No.
Okay.
No, there's no correspondence in opposition. I will weigh in. I think this is a reasonable application. This is, the laneway suite. The deficit in rear landscaping is relatively modest. The setback isn't unusual for laneway suites, in part because there is sufficient room in the rear, I think, to put vehicles in there. So I don't see this as being an issue. I personally think it's a supportable application. So there was a motion on the floor I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion, yes, was to approve the application, variances 1, 2, and 4, and refuse variance 3 and 5.
Okay. So there is a motion. I'll need a seconder on that. That motion is not seconded, so it fails. I'll need another motion. Ms. Fig?
Yeah, I move that we accept this application because I do find that all of the variances are minor.
Okay, and there's forestry condition number 1.
Yes, on the condition that forestry condition number 1 is there.
Okay, I'll need a seconder. Mr. Gogan, all in favor?
So the motion to approve with condition number 1 from urban forestry?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
All those in favor? Sorry again. 3. Ms. Volpert dissents. The application is approved. Thank you very much. We move on to number 8, 143 GOUGH. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition with a front Juliet balcony and a rooftop patio. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the property, email correspondence from Metrolinx, and staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you very much. We can have the agent, please.
Greg?
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Greg Holloway from Mountjoy Structural, 31 Mountjoy Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. I'm here as the applicant representing the owners at 143 GOUGH. Here today in front of the committee because the owners want to expand their house for their growing family. Rather than moving to a bigger house, they'd like to stay in the area.
Great. I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, sir. Panel, do you need a presentation on this one?
No.
We're fine without a presentation. I think we've read all the materials. We understand the application. We're going to take it into committee for a decision. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we do that?
I just wanted to mention, I'm sure you guys are aware, but the house directly adjacent, 141 GOUGH, is also 3 stories. So I just wanted to mention that it's not out of scene to have a 3rd story in this area.
Great. Thanks very much. Okay, let's take this one into committee. Thoughts, comments? Mr. Gogan?
I've moved this for approval. I think the variances that are requested are minor in nature, and it is in general keeping with the kind of the meets the 4 tests. So.
Okay. Motion to approve. Do I have a seconder?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are there conditions from urban forestry?
Urban Forestry 1 and 2.
Oh, 1 and 2. Thank you. Sorry.
And do I have a seconder? Ms. Volpert? Okay, motion to approve, subject to forestry condition 1 and 2, moved by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Ms. Volpert. All in favor? That's approved. You have your approval, sir. 55 Danforth, we dealt with already. We have a deferral on that one. 10, is there a deferral request on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we dealt with that one as well, Ida Evangelista.
That's right, thank you very much. We move on to number 11, 103 Drury Street. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a front 3rd-story terrace, and a rear basement walkout with a terrace. We have, the committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, a forestry letter of clearance. We have staff report from Urban Forestry. We have support in letters, correspondence and support from 143 Beresford, 141 DeForest, 85 Durie, 91 Durie, 105 Durie, 1 Ostend, and 89 Durie, and 107 Durie. We have letters of concern or opposition from 99 Durie. We have a letter subsequent which from 99 Durie withdrawing that letter of concern. We have opposition from 101 Durie and from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. And supporting materials in opposition received November 30th.
Through you.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person. We do have the homeowners here in person. And I believe we have 2 speakers here in opposition.
All here in person? Great. Hello, sir. Welcome. If we could have your name and address, please. Yes, Richard Kalazewski. Is your microphone on?
How's that?
That's perfect.
My name is Richard Galazowski, 124 Harrison Street. I'm the architect representing the homeowners of 103 Durie.
Great, thanks very much. We'll need a presentation. We've got people that want to speak to this item, so you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. I submitted a detailed presentation explaining the reasoning behind each of the 3 variances submitted for your advanced review.
Want that pulled up?
Yes, please. You have this on file since, I believe, November 29th. I assume that you've reviewed that?
Yes, we have.
I'd be glad to answer any questions to do with that, but I would also like to address the 2 letters of objection that you have on file, and that will probably take the majority of my 5 minutes.
Okay.
If we could please scroll to, I believe it's SK6, the 6th drawing in the presentation. It's a site plan. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. With regard to the letter that was filed by 101 Durie, we are applying for an FSI that's comparable to many other properties in the area and nearly equivalent to the FSI of 101 Durie. The reasons for the variance request are outlined in the presentation you have on file, and we believe that these are all quite reasonable. The neighbor principally objects to the proposed building length, but this is well within zoning requirements. That said, we have endeavored to minimize the length of the home, as the homeowners also value and wish to maximize their backyard space. Because we are on the north side of 101, we aren't blocking any sunlight from the south. We aren't creating any obstruction of views or obstruction of privacy, diminishment of privacy. We have asked for relief of 310 millimeters on the south side yard setback so that we may reuse an existing foundation wall. We of course, are replacing an existing home. This makes perfect sense, and 101 Durie did exactly the same thing when they built their own home. In fact, our understanding from their COA decision is that their home was similarly extended toward the back along the existing non-compliant setback lines, which in their case go all the way to the lot line to the north, all the way to the lot line to the south. If I may refer to that drawing now that you have on the screen, we are extending out the back. We're seeking to maintain the existing setback condition toward the back. That's an existing non-conforming setback condition, 310 millimeters, because this results in the most efficient and compact floor plan possible, with the rear wall of the home pulled in as far as possible. Again, we would like to maximize our backyard space. We don't intentionally want to extend that wall any further than it needs to go. We know that this is a sensitive concern of the neighbors. Now, if we are forced to implement the setback through the rear extension by 310 millimeters, it would have negligible, if any, meaningful impact on the neighbor, but does impact the planning of 103 Jury, and may require extending the length of the home further to make up the difference. This would only exacerbate the condition the neighbor's objecting to, and quite frankly, this would be a situation where nothing is gained. The homeowners of 103 Jury were genuinely surprised by their neighbor's objection. They lived next door to each other for almost 20 years and consider them friends. While no building length variance is required, in an effort to alleviate their concerns, several quite reasonable concessions were offered, such as relocating an existing unprotected but mature tree that is currently in 103's backyard and transplanting that into 101's backyard because they are fond of it. That was one option. Another was to plant a series, 2 or 3 columnar trees in front of the rear extension, elms or cedars or something of that nature, to soften that wall. Another option was to add a permanent trellis structure to the rear extension, which would allow climbing plants to grow up it. And lastly, they were offered that we could clad the rear extension in a material and color of their choice, providing it meets OBC requirements. Our understanding was that
Just going to ask you, nearing the end of your time, we're just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, absolutely. Our understanding was that these offerings were being considered up until the time the letter of objection was filed. There's one more letter of objection, if I may, very quickly.
I think your time, I appreciate your concern, but we have to move on, so
okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Panel, any questions?
Nope.
Nellie?
I understand that you are planning privacy screens on the second floor terrace?
So there is a privacy screen proposed on the south side of the second floor terrace. To the north, there is a unique condition where the next home to the north is set back much further than our home, and so there is actually a view up to Bloor Street across front lawns, from the terrace. We spoke with our neighbor to the north about that, asked her if she had any concerns, privacy concerns. She has no windows through that area. And she wrote a letter, which you have on file, explaining that she is satisfied with the roof terrace as designed and does not require any privacy screening, beyond, of course, a guard. So you have that letter on file.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Singh, you can approach.
Shall I stay?
We will ask you to leave and then come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you have your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, panel members. My name is Nicholas Singh. The Swansea area I'm representing the Swansea area ratepayers. I did submit a chart late. I know it came in late. If you would put that up on screen, I'd appreciate that. No, it's not in that letter. It came in late. If you have it, if not.
Is supporting materials in opposition?
I can get started.
In the SUPs? Okay. There it is. Is that it?
No, it's not. It's just a two-page chart with a list of houses down one side and the number of floors across the top. No, it's separate. It's separate from that submission.
Through you, Mr. Chair. When was this submitted?
Late last night. It's okay. I'll carry on without it. Thank you.
Can we reset the clock for Mr. Singh? Okay.
Okay, yes, panel members, we do have an interesting case here. There are a number of letters of support from around Swansea, not necessarily in the immediate area, and it seems that the family's well liked and there's a great sympathy for their intention to look after their autistic relative, although there is some confusion about who that is. And it seems none of the neighbors want to be the bad guy when it comes to this application. Even the complaint from the neighbor at 99 DURIE has been withdrawn, but not because the original concerns about the negative impacts have been addressed, but out of sympathy for the family member. And I appreciate the concern for social issues such as aging in place and caregiving. My mother is 94, and she still lives in my childhood home, which she bought with my father in 1963. So currently I'm living with issues about wheelchair access, retrofitting, falls, broken bones, and caregiving. Unfortunately, none of the letters, except for one, speaks to planning matters, which is what we're here to consider, the 4 tests. And I addressed that one letter in my submission. I also appreciate the applicant's intentions and the support they have, again, received from neighbors, but intentions change, circumstances change, people move, and they leave behind a legacy that may not respect and support the physical character of the neighborhood and a situation that can't easily be undone. And that is what the tests for the official plan and the zoning bylaw are all about. As a local expert, my opinion is that these variances do not pass the 4 tests, and there is no evidence before this committee to the contrary. When I first saw the supporting documents, I thought perhaps we might finally have a presentation that fulfills the requirements for showing that the variances requested meet the tests of the official plan and bylaws. But on inspection, we see that it is asking the committee to take a leap of faith about what appears to be in the neighborhood if you make a series of assumptions and questionable calculations based on maps that are not warranted or warranted as accurate and not intended or authorized for proof in proceedings such as this. The claim that the applicant uses to support the claim is a half-truth. Even the detailed look at 101 DURIE has not been properly researched by the applicant. My chart provides a detailed look at the immediate context of the 51 buildings that are on DURIE, and the overwhelming majority of them are 2-story buildings, unlike the one proposed. The application will not be the biggest house in all of Swansea, I admit that, but it will be the biggest in this part of the neighborhood, or as the official plan calls it, the immediate context. My submission makes a clear case that the features at issue in the requested variances for FSI and height are not remotely close to being characteristics that form the prevailing character of the area as per the official plan, which requires that development respect and support that physical character. If there's any doubt about this, please ask me and I'll clarify. Last week I was here and presented a case based on the tests for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan of the bylaws. And when it went to committee, I heard that I walk my dog here and I think the neighborhood is eclectic. It's okay to say that it's eclectic, but I don't think eclectic is one of the tests. I don't think eclectic is in the bylaws or in the official plan. I don't even know what the person meant by the neighborhood is eclectic. The neighborhood had not been delineated into the required contexts to be examined for eclecticity, if that's a thing. And we were talking about front yard setbacks. Are we supposed to understand that the front yard setback, according to this person, is eclectic? Or does this mean that the neighborhood is eclectic and there are no standards, so anything goes? But never mind. The test that this committee is supposed to deliberate over, being weighed out and weighing out a decision, are intended to respect and support the character of the delineated area so that we have neighborhoods that are stable in character. Another term I often hear is, well, the area is in transition. And how do we get here? Well, through applications which have been processed but not appropriate to the neighborhood. I'm near the end of my 5 minutes, so I will summarize. If you have before you a clear description of the context for comparing the application for these variances, and the application has failed to show us, as required by the official plan, that they meet the tests for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaws, and there are no grounds for the approval of this application. Please answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Through you, the next speaker is Frank.
Hello. My name is Frank Elia. I'm at 101 Durie Street, and I'm in opposition of the proposal. I've been at that location with my wife, Michelle, for 25 years. We were aware of 103 Durie Street's renovation ambitions for the last 2 or 3 years, but weren't exactly aware of their intentions. A few weeks ago, we received a letter from the Committee of Adjustments, and lo and behold, we saw their ambitious proposal of a full 3-story rear addition. This proposal would be seen removing a tree and once again without setback and then adding a full 3-story rear addition. This is a daunting task to digest the magnitude that it's of the proposal. This will engulf, box in, and close a very good portion of our backyard and our entire property on all 2.5 levels. I don't think it's in dispute that this proposal will drastically alter our personal enjoyment of our family home and perhaps suffer loss of property value because of it. I feel it's an overly ambitious project considering the small lot size. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Any further speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, don't see any, so we can ask the agent to come back.
Hello again. You have about 5 minutes to address the concerns you've heard today.
Okay. Thank you. With regard to the letter of objection filed by Mr. Singh, which was mainly reiterated here just now, Mr. Singh claims that the committee approved a variance of 0.97 FSI for 101 Durie next door to the south, which is very nearly equivalent to the estimate provided in our presentation, although he seems to feel that the discrepancy there means that we are trying to inflate our numbers and deceive all of you, but that is not the case. It's also very similar to what's being proposed at 103 Durie. Whether the FSI is 1.05, 1.02, 0.97. These are all, for all intents and purposes, equivalent. And I would suggest that how you deal with that mass then becomes the most important issue. Other of Mr. Singh's other claims that Mr. Singh makes are simply false. For example, the building height and exterior sidewall main heights are non-compliant. That's simply not true. If we look at the building section, I believe it's SK7. That is immediately apparent. It's a little further down. Keep going. One more. That one. Yeah. So that diagram illustrates the maximum building envelope that we may build within. With regard to the main wall height variances, the intent of the bylaw is to reduce the appearance of mass at the third floor, and this is done by you either choose to build main walls that can be full height on the sides and then partial height at the front and rear, or the opposite. Even if you, so we have chosen to go full height on the sides. At the front then, we can go up to 7.5 meters. We actually have not gone quite that high. We could carry the front main wall. 40% of that front main wall could continue all the way up to the roof line. We've elected not to do that. Instead, we've stepped the third floor way in on both sides. The result is a building which is far less imposing and with less visible mass than what you would be permitted to do as of right. It's a smaller building. Mr. Singh does not provide an address. I don't believe, I did not hear an address anyway, or any indication of who he claims to represent. With respect, while he's welcome to share his views, we question how or if he may be directly impacted by this proposal. Meanwhile, he casually dismisses the views of several immediate neighbors who have voiced their approval, with 8 letters of support submitted. The only immediate neighbor who has raised an objection comes from 101, a property to which most of the same variances have been applied to similar or greater extent, FSI, side yard setback in this case, at the north and south sides.
Sorry, are you, that's it?
Yes, I mean, the only comment I have to say about 101's presentation is that the building length that we're proposing is as of right. It's an as of right condition. We could build it longer if we wanted to. We're doing our best to pull it in as far as we can. As I mentioned in the presentation you have on file, we're adding modest amenity to the house. The existing house is at 0.6, right? It's a small house. It's actually at 0.59, so it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom home. We'd like to add an extra bathroom, add an extra bedroom, some office space, a little more breathing space in the living areas. This monster home is not being proposed. And that, furthermore, there is an accessibility requirement that's being applied to this. The clients have a mobility issue that requires use of a wheelchair, so we've had to add an elevator, wider corridors, wider entrance areas, wider bathrooms, more generous living areas throughout, and all of that obviously does add to the FSI that we've arrived at.
Great.
That said, we think that those are legitimate, reasonable reasons for doing so.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Panel, do you have any questions?
Just quickly.
Lois.
The owner does, yes.
Nellie?
Your neighbor from 101 Durie Street raised privacy concerns. Have you talked to the neighbors to address those?
Well, so the only privacy concern that I can think of would be from the terrace looking to the north, toward 105. And 105 is the neighbor who has written the letter to say, we're fine with it, because they're set further back. We actually don't look into their house. It looks up the boulevard. With regard to privacy and 101, the home to the side, we don't have any any windows in the south building face, so there's no direct overlook. There are no terraces up there. So the situation that is proposed is the same as every other rear building up and down the street, where you've got essentially blank main walls on the sides and then windows looking out toward the backyard. If you're up on a second floor, up on a third floor, yes, of course, you can overlook to some extent what's happening on the neighbor's backyard here, the neighbor's backyard there. That's a typical condition throughout the city.
I think, to follow on from Ms. Volpert's question, the south-facing part of the terrace, does it have privacy screening on it?
Yes, it does.
It does. It wasn't too sure. It looks like there's a parapet there, and it was hard to tell. There's something about 50% open privacy screen, which I don't fully understand.
So at the south end, if we may go back to the presentation for a moment and take a look at some photographs of 101 Jury, just a little further down, please. Yeah, this one. If it's possible to zoom in on the upper center photo. So you can see there's a large blank stucco wall that belongs to 101 Jury. 103 Jury is abutting up against that. It's essentially the same situation that 101 Jury is objecting to at the back, which already exists at the front. So we would like, with the roof terrace, the second floor roof terrace, to put a screen there so that we, are not looking at an unmaintained, dirty stucco wall.
Of course, I was just looking for an explanation what you meant by 50%.
Well, it's not a main wall if it's 50% open. It's a screen, right?
But it's an opaque screen, is it? Like a wood or other sort of material? I'm just trying to get at, when I see 50% open, does that mean like it's slats that have equal open versus equal closed?
Yeah, so the intent is to design it as a shade screen and as a guard. So vertical wood pieces, not more than 100 millimeters separated so that it can function as a guard. 2x6 material.
Right.
That's a little bit TBD. We haven't worked all those details.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because your plan spoke to 50%, I was just looking for clarification of what actually that meant. So for our purposes, you're putting up an opaque screen.
Well, it's a translucent screen, yeah.
Okay. That's a privacy screen.
It's a privacy screen that, it's more a shade screen than a privacy screen.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions?
Just quick clarify, this is a completely new replacement home?
It is a new home. By definition of the code, we aren't maintaining 50% of the ground floor walls, but we would like to we would like to build upon an existing foundation wall to the south because it's cost effective and makes sense and minimizes disturbance to the adjacent basement potentially. It just seems like a no-brainer. The passage between the houses it cannot be used to get through. It's already too narrow for that. Even if we were to comply with the setback and move our wall back 300 millimeters, take out the existing foundation wall, build a new one, that space between houses is still useless. It can't be used as a passage. So my position is that it serves no useful purpose to maintain the zoning required setback, which would make us move the house 300 millimeters further back at great expense to build a new foundation wall.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we will, no further speakers. We will take it into committee. Panel, thoughts? Anyone? Nellie?
Yes, so on...
Are you speaking into your mic?
Yes. With regards to privacy screens, I just want to reiterate that if the drawings states privacy screen, it should be privacy screen, not half privacy screen and not shading screen. So I would suggest that to be a condition.
Anyone else? Lois?
I find that these variances are minor. And on the condition mentioned by my fellow panelists, I move that we accept this application.
I think Ms. Volpert was suggesting that perhaps we put a condition that the south side of the rooftop terrace or the third floor terrace be constructed with privacy screening.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion by Ms. Fig to approve this application subject to the condition with respect to the third floor terrace being constructed of privacy screening on the south side. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Volpert, seconds. All those in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Was it Ms. Volpert who put through the motion first?
Beg your pardon?
Was it member who put through the motion first? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms. Fig.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We move on to item number 12, 101 King Edward Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, a rear basement walkout, and a rooftop deck with an access stair enclosure. Also to enclose the existing front porch. The committee has before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property, and correspondence in opposition from 137 Gledhill Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff did receive very late comments. It's in support for addresses at 97, 105, and 136 King Edward Avenue. And we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Okay. Do we have the speaker, or the agent, pardon me? Okay, sir. Mr. Berzins?
Hello, hi. Yep, speaking.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yep. My name is Andrew Berzins. My address is 101 King Edward Avenue. I'm the owner of this residence.
Okay, hang on a sec, panel. This seems fairly straightforward. Does anyone need or want a presentation? No, I don't. We good? Would you like a presentation?
I just...
We can have questions.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair.
Why don't we do a short presentation if you're not sure, okay? So, sir,
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm just going to ask the agent to speak very, very quickly to the Heritage staff report.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Nellie, did you want a presentation? Okay. If we could, Mr. Berzins, if we could have a quick, short presentation, I think we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, do you have the plans there?
Yes, we do.
Yes, so we are, a single primary residence, family of 4. We are one of the last ones without an addition on our street. So we are trying to add an addition to allow ourselves to have 2 more bedrooms upstairs for our 2 young children. We have also currently no living room on the main floor, so we're kind of getting squeezed as a family. So our proposal is to add a 2-story addition. Then the neighbor to the south of us at 99 King Edward currently has an enclosed front porch. And so we would like to also enclose the front porch to give ourselves some, space for boats and things like that in this mudroom, to allow ourselves to gain back our front dining room as well. So big thing, I think, what this one's about as well is the height of the rooftop deck. Our neighborhood in general is known for large, tree canopies and shade. So we don't have the ability to grow vegetables in the backyard or grow really plants. The challenge of growing grass is even immense. And so, my big thing is trying to teach my children where, vegetables come from and having a garden, because it's all going to be sunny up there. And so our big thing is trying to get, a rooftop garden so we can help teach children where vegetables come from, because my brother-in-law, growing up as a kid, thought vegetables came from the grocery store. So, so our big thing is that. And so we need to gain the height, just because to get our minimum code staircase up to the top, we are, just 2 feet, what is it, 2.3 feet higher than the allowable height is what we're looking for. The rest of the variances, I believe, are pretty minor. We're trying to match the neighbor to the north, lining up with their building. We're trying to line up with the neighbor to the south with their front. And so that's kind of the intent of our variances here.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Ms. Fig?
I beg your pardon. Sir, I was wondering if you saw the notice from Heritage?
From I have not seen anything from Heritage, no.
I don't see a Heritage report. Okay.
Maybe pass over.
Okay. Anyone else have questions? Yes, Nellie.
With regards to the 3rd floor terrace, and it's wonderful, the idea of a vegetable garden, I have a concern about the massing. There's the entrance structure and how it will be, because it's far at the back, and you obviously will be not blocking, but maybe interfering with a neighbor's views. And can it be ameliorated in any way? Do you have any ideas?
Looking at the 2nd floor plan, where the narrowness of the lot, we've had to, I guess, one down on AA0010. So we're trying to squeeze those 2 bedrooms as they are already into a very narrow lot, and so. We've looked at iterations of trying to flip the stairs to go the opposite direction and things like that. And we're trying to also, remain in the house while we build to not disrupt the family. And we don't want to necessarily build anything on top of, the existing house in terms of any structure. We have also gone around, around our neighbors, our direct neighbors, everyone who can see our house. We've sent out letters, and then asked if this is an issue for anybody, and all direct neighbors, people behind us, they support the project and they don't have any opposition to
it. So just following on that, so your height variance is really with respect to the rooftop access, right?
Correct. Yeah, the rest of the build is below.
Yeah, the rest of your roof conforms with the bylaw. Is there privacy screening on the surrounding part of that rooftop deck?
There's a guardrail. I haven't at the time, shown a privacy fence any higher than code minimum.
Yeah, I think there's probably a legitimate concern by each of your neighbors on the side for some overlook. So we might, if we were thinking about
They have given me verbal approval. So.
No, I get that, but there still may be overlooked concerns and considerations from future owners or whatever. So it just looks like from the rendering of the rear that there is a significant overlook issue. So would you be open to making that rail, at least on the side portions, opaque?
I could look into that. The big thing with the intention of this garden is that's south facing, and so any wall or privacy fence I put on that end would start shadowing these vegetables again. So, but if that's the requirement, I guess that's the requirement.
So your intention is to use this as a garden? Is that like a green roof, or is there still going to be, you're going to be able to sit up there, you're going to be able to use it for recreation purposes?
I don't intend any recreational purposes. I just, other than maybe kids sitting out there, eating ice cream or whatever. But the majority of it's going to be, planting and planters and really just vegetables, really. The recreational part of it can we have a long backyard. It can be enjoyed in the backyard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel, any further questions? No? Okay, sir, we're going to take this into committee. Panel members, any thoughts, comments, suggestions, motions?
I'll comment. I find it always good when people are trying to find ways to improve their property in respect to their neighbors in context. Also, there seems to be been some consultation with the neighbors, which we really support as well. So I do agree on the privacy screen though, but I find all the other issues minor in nature as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I might suggest that the privacy screening be on the south side.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to make a motion, Mr. Cogan?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we approve this based upon the condition that a privacy fence is included on the south side of the proposed rooftop garden deck.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve, subject to condition of privacy screening. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Volpert, all in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. Okay, we move on to item number 13. 336 Queen Street West. This application is to permit the use of a place of amusement, which is an escape room, within the basement of the existing four-story mixed-use building, in addition to the existing restaurant use. The existing mixed-use building currently contains a vacant basement, a restaurant on the ground floor, and offices on the second to fourth story of the building. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, and floor plans, covering letter from the owners, decision, a previous decision affecting the subject property, and an OMB decision affecting the subject property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. You want to bring the agent on? Okay, sir. Hello.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresville Avenue, agent.
Okay, just hang on a sec, Joe. Panel, do we need a presentation on this? It's just a conversion of use. I think we're okay. Mr. Dome, before we go into committee, we don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us?
No, just that we feel that this is quite a beneficial proposal for the area. Yeah, we're okay with moving forward.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel, we're in committee. Any thoughts? No thoughts? Motion?
I'll motion that we approve as presented.
There are no conditions. So, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Fig, all in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we move on to item number 14, 38 Edgar Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition with a rear walkout balcony, a rear ground level stone patio, a reconstruction of the front porch and stairs. The existing 1-story rear addition will be demolished. Also to reconstruct the rear driveway. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, supporting materials from the agent again, received November 15th. Comparable approvals for several properties in and around the area. Email correspondence from the applicant received December the 4th. We have email from the application technician, Committee of Adjustment. Staff reports from Urban Forestry, one received December 4th, one received December 1st, and a report from Heritage received December the 4th. We have correspondence in opposition from 36 Edgar and from 40 Edgar.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We do have a registered speaker in interest at the property 163 Douglas Street. We have made multiple attempts to contact this individual, but have not been able to.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, sir, ma'am, can you identify yourselves and give us your address, please?
Hello, my name is Nadine Rajani from Drawing Room Architect, and my colleague Stuart Watson, also from Drawing Room Architect. We're the agent for the owners at 38 Edgar Avenue.
Okay. I might ask you for a short presentation, please.
Willingly. We have reached out to neighbors, the neighbors east and west of the property at 36 and 40 Edgar Avenue have letters of opposition, which you have on file. So I will be speaking to that very shortly. We have reached out to the city planner, and the planner has raised no concerns with the proposal. We've also been in communication with Heritage and reached an agreement in principle, which satisfies their requests, which we'll be moving forward with. We've also reached out to the Rosedale Ratepayers Association, and so far we have not heard any concerns from them. The neighbors at 36 and 40 Edgar Avenue have concerns regarding the scale and massing of the proposal. We believe the proposal is conscientious of the scale and massing. It's a 2-story rear addition. We are well under the permitted 69% FSI. The rear wall, the proposed rear wall, does not extend past the rear wall of either neighbor. And largely, the depth variance is really a technical variance due to the curved lot line and the curved street. If the street was straight and the houses generally aligned, our depth would actually be 17.68 meters, measured from the front main wall of the house.
Can you get feedback?
Sorry about that. Which means that, you know, had it been a straight street, we would actually have an extra 1.3 meters of additional permitted depth. And also the east side wall of the proposed house is aligned with the existing wall and is actually in line with the existing 1-story rear addition that's currently there, and only extends further to the north by a few feet compared to the existing rear addition. We intentionally designed the rear addition to be 2 stories with a 3rd floor dormer to keep the massing in proportion with the existing house. A 3-story addition would have had a lot more impact on the adjacent neighbors. With the rear dormer, it only makes sense to use the roof of the 2-story addition as a balcony. However, The balcony that we're proposing is significantly pulled in from the side walls, and we're also proposing to have 5'6" privacy screens, opaque, at both sides, both east and west sides, which actually extend past the rear face of the dormer, of the north wall. So our belief is that the variances requested are technical in nature due to the curved lot line and the existing side yard condition. And our research shows that there's many precedents in the area with far greater variances that have received approval. So in closing, it's our respectful submission to the committee that these variances maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw and are appropriate and desirable. The proposed dwelling is in keeping with the design values, size, and density of the residential properties of the neighborhood, and are minor in that the variances do not result in any adverse land use impacting the surrounding neighbors.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? There's no questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we were unable to reach the speaker, so thank you very much. We will take it into committee. Panel, any thoughts, comments? Nellie?
Just to draw your attention, we have a condition from Heritage. So
We have a forestry condition, but I understand that we will keep that condition in, but they have indicated that they have met with Heritage and will be satisfying that condition.
Okay, it's not what I'm, okay.
Other comments? I would just say, from my perspective, this is quite a reasonable application, particularly for Rosedale. We often see things which, frankly, are much larger than this. This is a modest rear addition, and the variances before us are actually quite minor in context. And I totally take your point about the curvature in the road, which really triggers a couple of those variances, which wouldn't otherwise happen if you were on a straight portion of the road. So it seems quite reasonable. Anyone have a motion?
I'll move that we approve this.
A little closer to your mic there, Paul.
I move we approve this application. And is there any landscape conditions?
No.
Forestry? No. So as forestry, there's a forestry, is it?
There's forestry condition number two and heritage condition.
As the conditions as identified, forestry 2 and heritage.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve, subject to forestry and heritage. Do you have a seconder, Ms. Fig? Thank you very much. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We move on to item number 15, 165 Langley Avenue. This application before us is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a ground floor deck and stairs, a rear and side 3rd-story addition with a rear 3rd-story deck, a front basement walkout, a partial front 1-story addition, which is actually a partial porch enclosure, new front stairs, and a partial front 2nd-story bay window addition. Additionally, to construct a 2-story laneway suite with a garage on the main floor in the rear yard of the lot abutting the lane, the existing garage will be demolished. There will be a total of 3 dwelling units on the lot, 2 in the main dwelling and 1 in the laneway suite. Committee has before it for this item copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received November the 20th. A covering letter from the agent. Email correspondence from the agent received November the 20th. An arborist report. Revised site plans. So there are 2 sets of revised site plans. These ones received December the 1st. I assume those are the ones we'll be dealing with today. And email correspondence from the agent dated December the 1st. We also have email correspondence from Metrolinx and staff reports from Urban Forestry and Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff did receive a late report from Community Planning dated December 5th, and it's based on the revised plans that were submitted on December 1st. So that report is up on the screen. If the committee is inclined to approve the application based on this condition, then it's just reflecting those revised plans. We do have the agent on the line, and I don't see any registered speakers for this item.
Sorry, Sabrina, was this in our supplementary?
This wouldn't have been because it came in very late. So it's just reflecting the December 1st set of plans that have been revised, and the agent is aware of this letter.
And this condition is primarily about privacy screening on the third-story deck?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have the agent?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Great, Mr. Smith. Because we've seen there's been several site plans submitted, I wonder if you could give us a bit of an overview, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. The revisions for the site plan, the first revision was to deal with planning concerns, and that was the privacy screening on the third floor deck, as well as I was asked if we could add a green roof onto the laneway suite. We agreed to both those conditions. The second revised plans were simply to correct a labeling error, which was the east and west applications were reversed. So that's why the late planning report to address the east and west. Other than that, the original application is as per the plans. So the only addition is the privacy screening and the rooftop green roof on the laneway suite. As mentioned, we are going from a single family dwelling to 3 units. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? No questions? I wonder, so I'm just looking at your front yard landscaping. It seems a little light, but it looks like you're subject to a rather tight property line. Is that your understanding?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chair. We have also, we are actually increasing the front yard landscaping from where it was to where it's proposed. I'm just trying to pull up the front yard landscape area. Current area is 27.5. We're going up to 28.6, and that is %, and that is with the inclusion of the front basement walkout. And we have added the green roof on the laneway suite to address concerns planning staff had with the front yard landscape area. So that was the condition for that green roof.
That's good, thank you. How is your rear landscaping? Are you, is there?
It complies, Mr. Chair.
It complies, yeah, okay, thanks.
Yes.
Okay, panel. Any questions, any further questions? Okay, sir, we're going to take it into committee right now. Comments? Thoughts, motion? I need a motion then.
I'll move it. I think this is, again, a very good explanation on the late changes to the drawings. The variances are minor in nature, and I think we should, I motion that we approve the application with community, with the request, the changes requested by urban planning.
Community planning.
Community planning, yeah.
And forestry condition number one?
Condition 1, thank you.
Is there a Metrolinx condition?
I think it's just an advisory. Advisory, which
about
is,
being within their zone.
Yeah, so
Their corridor.
we're seeing more reports from Metrolinx, more just cautious advisory things. I don't think there's a condition on this one, unless there is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Gogan to approve, subject to forestry condition number 1 and community planning conditions. Do I have a seconder? Seconder? No seconder?
I'm just, there is a condition. Yeah, I'm looking at them as well. It does say conditions of approvals, so just to be on the safe side.
This is where they grant an environmental easement.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. That's a good catch. There is a condition from Mr. Gogan, we want to amend that to include the Metrolinx?
Amend it as per the conditions of approval requested by Metrolinx.
Great, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Fig. All in favor? You got your approval, sir, and good on you for doing a green roof on the laneway suite. That's very commendable.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we should take a 5-minute break. Item number 16, you will be stepping away from the room, and Member Paul Gogan will take on as chair for this item. Okay, so a 5-minute break.
Okay.
We're always muted on our computer. It's just, oh, sorry.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we can commence.
Okay, 24 Durie Street, item number 16 on the agenda. The purpose of this application is to legalize and maintain a new 3-story detached dwelling, which is currently under construction. The committee has before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, decision number A0533-21TEY affecting the subject property and order to comply, received November 3rd, 2023. We have letters of opposition dated November 29th and November 27th. And excuse me, if I go back to, we've received associated materials, location map, survey plan, site plan, previous decision, order to comply, and correspondence from applicants, from opposition.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we also have reports from Urban Forestry. And we do have the agent online, and we do have one speaker in opposition here in person, and I believe 2 speakers in opposition online. So we will unmute the agent.
Hello, can you please give your name and your address?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, thank you. Because we have other deputants in addition to your presentation, we'd like to give you 5 minutes to present this application to the board.
Thank you very much. Now, before I speak to the 2 variances requested, I'd like to take some time to provide some background on this application for the committee. Now, most importantly, the form and massing proposed through this application were previously approved by this committee through a minor variance application in July of 2021. That should be in your application materials. However, as stated in the order to comply that precipitated this application, the original application sought to alter a dwelling existing on a subject lot. Now, the distinction between a new building and an altered building is based on the amount of original walls that remain. If over 50% of the original walls are proposed to remain, then the construction is classified as an alteration, and that was the case with the previous application. However, after the building permit was granted and during the construction process, a portion of the walls were removed and replaced, and this subsequently caused the construction to be considered a new dwelling and not an altered dwelling. As such, although the front and side yard setbacks are proposed in an identical manner to the approved building permit drawings, a new application is now required that represents the house as a new dwelling. Now, the survey submitted with this application is dated August 2020. It was made prior to the first application and demonstrates that the massing that was previously existing, and specifically the proposed side yard setback to the south side, was legally existing on this building. As such, the previous application did not require a variance to permit this wall to remain at its current location. As a point of clarification, the front yard setback variance proposed is not identified on the survey. However, I can confirm the original approved building permit drawings proposed an identical setback with no variance required. Lastly, I'll note that I have discussed this application with planning staff, and they have indicated that there are no concerns about the proposed variances. Now, in terms of the 2 specific variances, variance 1 is for a front yard setback. 6.49 meters is requested, whereas 6.81 meters is required. And this represents a difference of 0.32 meters, or approximately 1 foot from what would be permitted as of right for a completely new house. I would like to point out that as per the site plan, the majority of the front main wall does not require this variance. Instead, this front yard setback is only triggered by a box window projecting out from the front main wall. This is illustrated by the site plan drawings that show the required setbacks of this property in a red line. Also, the adjacent building to the north, 26 Durie Street, features a front yard setback of 5.69 meters. As such, this variance will maintain a consistent street wall that gradually tapers back from the street to the front main wall of 22 Durie Street. Now, in terms of the final variance, variance 2, a side yard setback of 0 meters is requested, whereas 0.45 is required. As I stated earlier, this variance is to recognize the existing condition of the south side yard setback, which is currently set at approximately 0 meters from the lot line. Note that within this neighborhood, there are several examples of close to 0 meters or exactly 0 meters side yard setbacks. These examples include, but are not limited to, 47 Durie Street, 34 Kennedy Ave, 130 Kennedy Ave, 58A Lavinia Ave, 42 Morningside, 1 Austin Ave, and several others. As such, this variance will not only maintain an existing condition on the subject property, but it will be consistent with what currently exists in this neighborhood. Now, based on all of this justification, I'm of the opinion that these 2 variances meet the 4 tests prescribed by the Planning Act and represent good planning. This concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any further questions from the committee.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we'll hold off on questions until we hear from the other speakers. So why don't we bring up...
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can have Mr. Singh come up to the podium.
Hello, Mr. Singh. If you could give us your name and your address, and you will have 5 minutes to speak to this matter. Oh, you could hit your mic, please. Thank you.
There we go. Great. Yeah, Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers. Thanks for the explanation from the architect. We are concerned that the wall was not maintained, and that has resulted in a change of circumstance for this building. We feel quite serious about this because when you do intend to maintain part of the wall, it does give you certain rights which you don't have to worry about, and as of rights such as the setback. Now we're in a situation where we have to consider if all of these variances were in front of us at the time of the full application, would it as a whole have been acceptable? Looking back, there was a lot of opposition at that time, and it's possible that a different application would have resulted if this particular variance was refused. For the front setback, I understand that yes, it was in the original plan. One of the reasons why it was removed is that the owner at that time committed to removing that variance for the front setback. However, it was not removed from the plans, and the committee did tie those plans as a condition to the approval. And what I do understand is that they have proceeded as per those plans, and so they're caught between what they were sold, I guess, the property and the approval and the plans all tied together, and a new, I guess, revision by the zoning examiner of that particular setback. It does look minor. It's a small change, but it does reflect a problem that we have in approving plans which are not correct, and then having people come back after they've done a construction and having to revise that. So there is some need there for a different process to deal with issues that are raised for the plans instead of pushing them through. It does interfere with the committee's ability to tie plans to the applications. There are a number of these. We are currently having problems with 10 Waller and also with 76 Ellis Park because the established grades were not correctly identified. And so we have different heights now, which have to be pursued, and it's quite an onerous task to get that changed and looked at. So those are my comments. Primarily the issue with the wall coming down, the being changed is a serious matter. The front yard setback, not so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Why don't we move on to the next deputant?
Sure. Any questions for Mr. Singh?
Mr. Singh, before this, thank you. Mr. Singh.
See none?
No, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the speaker at 26 Durie Street.
Liz, you've been unmuted.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
Hi, Liz. Could you give us your name?
I'm Liz Nadeau.
Oh, hi,
Yes,
Liz.
I'm Liz Nadeau. I'm the owner with my husband of 26 Durie.
Great,
And we're following an objection.
Thank you very much. We're going to give
with
you
this-
5 minutes to speak on this matter, so
Okay.
please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to speak fairly quickly then. We have, originally, we worked with the original developer and agreed to plans, and we were happy with those plans at the end. What has happened now, though, is we find ourselves trying to work or live next door to a build with a builder who is totally disrespectful of the neighbors, using inferior trades. I've listed many of the examples and given pictures in my document, which you're scrolling through now. But our biggest concern is they failed in following the landscape plans and some of the other things that were approved as a condition of the original build. So if we go back just to the top, you can see the degree of ravine property from the first picture there. It's quite steep. There was a landscaped architect who was retained, who considered in I think it's page 4. If you go down, one more. Yeah, one more. There was a landscaped architect who was retained, and they drew plans up for a terraced levels going up to the back that would be aligned with the walls that were currently in place. So what has happened, they have done a couple things. One is they put a fixed concrete wall in where the red arrow is, instead of stepping up to the back of the property. That has caused cave-in on my property from the existing terraces and walls. And they've also, they've left a large space behind the concrete wall that you see there, and the hillside is starting to come down in behind it. So if you look at that picture there, you can see that's where the concrete wall is. I'm losing part of my land, but also what's happening is the houses behind, including 61 Lavinia, they are extremely worried that everything is going to come down. So we're very concerned about not dealing with the existing landscape architect's plans that were approved. We're also very concerned about the drainage. So you can see the properties are quite tight together. There is a barrier there that stops water from flowing onto the front of our property. We're concerned with the drawings about whether that barrier is going to be removed now that the developer isn't following the original plans. They've also worked on the property during the order to comply, and you can see they put a drain from the what is supposed to be a fixed rooftop, where they've added a balcony, and they're draining water over the property line and onto our roof and the side of our house, and we're quite concerned about flooding. The building inspector has confirmed that that is illegal, what they have done there, but because of the order to comply already in place, he couldn't get the builder, or the builder wouldn't work with anyone to get that fixed. If I could also speak to the submission that was put in for 61 Lavinia. Should be there at, it's an opposite letter. Yeah, so yes, if you can go down, that shows you what used to be on the ravine side to keep the dirt in place with a forest of trees. They cut that down. You can see from the picture at the bottom there, that is how steep the hill is. And the owner of 61 Lavinia is very concerned about her backyard going into the backyard of 24 Durie, as well as her loss of privacy, because if you go down to the next pictures, they put in place, it's just going down a little bit farther, please. You can see they've actually, behind the roof there, they've tucked in a balcony and installed sliding doors so that the future owners will be able to go out and sit on the balcony. There is no private sea screening in either place to the north, south, or back towards her property. And finally, if I could just show you the, if you could bring up 22 Durie, the objection letter, because there's a couple of pictures in there that I think illustrate. Yeah, that's 20. That's mine, still 26. If you go to the objection letter, no, one more, I think.
Liz, I think you've run out of time, but if you could just wrap up what you wrap up.
Okay, just my last comment is with respect to 22 Durie, they failed to secure a tree, and now they've killed a tree right on the property line.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So why don't I stop you there, Liz? I think you've done an excellent job presenting.
Thank you.
Why don't we ask the committee if they have any questions? All right. Okay. No, thank you. I will add one comment. So, Liz, we addressed the variances presented before us. That's kind of our mandate. We don't address building related so I think you took the right course of action by reaching out to buildings to talk about things you found that were out of alignment with the proposed, the work in space. And I think that's the right course of action for some of the items you identified. So, but we thank you for your deputation, and we will ask the applicant to respond to your questions when we finish with our next deputant. So thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to the last speaker for this item at 61 Lavinia Avenue.
Hi, Mara.
Hi. Thank you for your time today.
Mara, could you introduce yourself and give us your address?
Oh, sorry. I'm Mara Raguse on 61 Lavinia Avenue, and my property abuts 24, so I'm on top and they're down below. First of all, I want to say that I'm not opposed to a new build or new neighbors. My issues are how this build is being built. I find them, kind of deviant behavior when, we've been to the Committee of Adjustment. They're not sticking to what was permitted, and then illegally building things. I know these variances all sound minor. They're not. On properties that are too tight to begin with, they're pretty major, although they're quoted as minor. And then for the zero property line on the south side neighbor, they have to access that neighbor's property continuously, doing damage. There's no privacy. Even on the north side, the same issue. I see the water. I cannot tell you how many times I have ladders and people on my roof without authorization. So this is going to be a huge problem. The wall that was built, I don't know how safe and sturdy that is. The removal of all these trees, it's a heavily populated, I sent a picture in where you just see trees, and that's when I moved in 30 years ago. I had 2 trees removed from the property line with, my issue was, why has no one ever approached me? Why have these people never come to even try to discuss something? It's really disheartening. And then it makes the other neighbor's property very sensitive, the hillside. There's a tree that can easily drop on those homes. It's very concerning. I just feel like, and the windows, they were supposed to tie to the plan, no access, 3rd floor. They've got 2 sliding doors. Why are the sliding doors there? They need to be replaced by a window. windows. That's what was agreed to. I wish they would stick to this, or they need to be heavily fined. I feel like, you know, these are people that are not interested in the area. We live in this area. We are trying to help each other because we know how fragile this system is. And the south side of Bloor is very unique. It's very hilly. It's historically written, and at once upon a time, it was a ravine. So I don't know how to address this, but we're going to have huge problems come very soon. And I can see the wind already in the winter, the damage, because all those trees are gone. They protected the property, and they completely removed privacy. I see 4 houses over. I feel like I live in a condo right now, and I'm in a single bungalow. It's kind of unusual where I have total privacy in that. And they've lost their own privacy, and they spoke about that, but that's due to them. Why wouldn't they want privacy too? This is disaster waiting to happen once the builder sells eventually, and we will be arguing with each other. Let's fix and address some of the things. I don't approve this. I want windows replaced where the doors are upstairs. I would like them to do some kind of rebar on that soil. And I feel like it needs to be all tied in or nobody cares. And how do we address this problem? Here we are again with the Committee of Adjustment trying our best to be good neighbors and helping each other.
Thank you, Mara.
Oh, and can I say one more thing?
Oh, yes.
Their forms have been incorrectly filled out for the trees. They are incorrectly filling this out. You know, they're saying no to answers that should be yes. So that, again, is being, you know, disingenuous.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on the committee have any comments or questions for Ms. Argus? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mark. And again, I'd say to you and to all the deputants, it's very important that you have presented your information today. Thank you very much for that. And I will bring back the agent for the property to hopefully respond to what these comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm happy to respond to each deputation that was made. Now, to begin with, I just want to state that as I originally mentioned, the reason that we are here in front of the committee today is not because there was a change in plan or because the builder wanted to increase the size of the dwelling or any aspect of the dwelling. Instead, the reason is entirely because of that order to comply. And the order to comply makes it very clear that a new permit needs to be issued because portions of the north and south wall were replaced. Now, in terms of the submission made by the Swansea Ratepayers Group, it was stated that there was concern that the wall was not maintained, and that resulted in a change of circumstance. Now, I would point out that given the existing wall was at a distance of approximately 0 meters, and the proposed wall is at a distance that is exactly the same 0 meters. In my opinion, that does not represent a change in circumstancing, in massing, or in impact to any of the neighbors. As I mentioned, the proposed massing was already approved. This application would not result in any change in impact from that previously approved application. That being said, we would be satisfied with a condition that tied any approval to this application, should the committee see fit to approve it, with not only the plans in front of the committee now, but the plans that were previously in front of the committee. The reason for that is we are only attempting to construct the dwelling that was previously approved and had received an order to comply due to the walls coming down. Now, in terms of the deputations made by 26 DURIE, many of the issues brought up by this neighbor were related to issues of construction And as pointed out by the chair, these issues are not under the purview of committee. This neighbor also mentioned issues related to landscaping or a landscaping plan. I'll point out that there are no variances related to landscaping on this application in front of the committee, and nor were there any variances related to landscaping in the previous application. All of the landscaping proposed is entirely as of right, as per the zoning bylaw. In terms of any of the other issues, as the chair pointed out, if there is work being done after an order to comply or an order to stop work was issued, the Committee of Adjustment is not a disciplinary panel for these issues, but I would urge any neighbor or anyone who sees any work occurring after an order to comply was issued to go to the right body for that. Now, in terms of the final neighbor, 61 Lavinia Ave, some of the concerns were brought up saying that these variances were not minor. And I'll point out that minor is not a question of numerical value. It's more of a question of, does this variance rise to a level of adverse impact of a planning nature? And considering that the existing walls were set back at 0 meters for quite some time, and that 0 meter or close to 0 meter setbacks are common within this neighborhood, I'm of the opinion that there will be no impact as a result of approving this variance further than what already exists on this property. Lastly, or second to last rather, there were some issues raised about the form being filled out incorrectly related to the tree declaration as well as potential tree removal. I'll point out Urban Forestry has reviewed this application and all of the materials that were submitted and has indicated no objections to this proposal. And I'll lastly just point out in terms of the balcony or the concerns related to overlook, there are no current variances for the number of balconies or the maximum balcony area. However, as I stated, we're happy to tie the approval of any variances to the plans that are before you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't I ask the committee members if they have any questions for the agent for 24 Durie?
I don't.
Yes.
Mr. Milne-Price, several questions I have. From reading the materials and, all the letters of objection, it's not only the two or three members of opposition, we had much more. And I'm just observing how this situation was handled by the builder or by the owner. Have you tried and have you contacted the neighbors and the people who were raising concerns about the way the building process was conducted? Have you tried to reach for them? Did you try to talk to them?
Mr. Price, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted, and I'm not able to unmute myself. Through you, Mr. Chair, my firm was engaged at approximately 1 month ago when the application was submitted. So we were not present during any of the issues related to construction. However, I always urge my clients to continue to reach out, specifically when there were objection letters posted. And it was my understanding that the developer did attempt to reach out upon objection letters being filed from each resultant neighbor. But I will state that I was not part of any of these conversations, and I was not part of any of the conversations or process around the building.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have more questions about that, and about the third store balcony/window. So can you confirm, is the is the window, is it the window or is it the sliding door?
On the plans, I believe that it is set as a no access area. It's possible that the windows slide open. There are windows that slide open, but that is not meant to be habitable space, and there is no access that is meant to be up there. This property right now is a construction site, so there are workers who, before the order to comply was issued, were permitted to be on the roof or be in areas where normally the habitants would not be.
Any other questions? So I have a couple of questions, but just want to, first of all, again, thank all the deputants for speaking on this and sharing their experience. I also want to remind them that we're here to also talk about the 2 variances that are requested today. But I would also suggest that what we're hearing today is that there's general unhappiness, dissatisfaction with the neighbors with regard to the construction process and even the communication. So I'd strongly encourage the applicant as well as the agent to advise the applicant that they should be in better contact with their neighbors to inform them, because they can be your best friend and help and advise you on things they see as well. But we're not here to talk about construction quality. We're not here to talk about the role of the building department and the building inspector. So with that, one question about the foundation walls that were required to be replaced. When the builder realized that the foundation walls were not suitable for the intended use, did they give a reason why they did not immediately go to the building department and identify that and ask for consideration on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that, from what I've been told by the developer, is when the construction process was undergoing, there was rotting walls that were discovered in this foundation. And as a result, the developer reached back out to the building permit office. And it was at this point that an order to comply was issued.
So construction was stopped at that point, or the building was made safe and then construction was stopped, or what was the timing? Did work continue after that?
It is my understanding that there was no foundation work after the order to comply was issued. However, there was walls that were removed that were not permitted to. And this is why we're in front of the committee today.
Okay, I understand. Okay. I have no further questions. Does any of the panel members have any questions for the applicant? No. Okay, thank you. We're going to go into committee now. Again, thank you everyone who presented, especially the members of the community. So any commentary here? Again, we're just reminding ourselves that we're speaking to the two variances. The variances seem to, anyway, why don't we open it up before?
Yeah, I do have sympathy with a lot of the people who have brought opposition, but it seems that their concerns, as you've already indicated, Mr. Chair, are related to construction and other matters, lack of communication. The 2 variances I see are quite minor. I think the agent has explained to my satisfaction anyway about the zero required side yard setback, in that it's existing and it's not dissimilar to other houses in the neighborhood. And I see both variances as relatively minor.
Thank you.
First, just to note that we have a condition by urban forestry, right? And we are talking about condition number 2 and number 3.
2 and 3.
Right, and I don't see any other conditions from But I think, given the history and given the kind of a contentious way the process was handled and the strong opposition we have from the neighbors, I would put a condition to tie it to the, exactly the, the building, the construction would go ahead exactly as it presented in the plans, to tie it to.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
I think that I think that we have to assume that the building department, building inspectors will do their job, and they will review but maybe we can get feedback from the group here, but I think that we assume that the drawings were approved and met with the standard of care that was required to do an actual building permit, and the building inspector will not close the permit until such a time that they're satisfied that the building was built as per the plans.
I do believe that would be outside of our jurisdiction to make such a condition. I appreciate the forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But
Through you, Mr. Chair, the committee can impose a condition to tie the applicant to their site plan and elevation plans.
Okay.
We typically don't do floor plans because we know interior alterations can happen, but it can be done substantially in accordance with the site plan and the architectural plans, or the elevation plans.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then I think that's a good condition.
does that assist?
Yes, yeah. So I think I appreciate, and I think Toronto Building they're doing a good job. But we should still,
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Okay, so I'll bring a motion to approve the application with 2 conditions. One is urban forestry condition, and the second is to tie the approval to the plans.
Okay.
So there's some plans and elevation plans.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, the motion is to approve with urban forestry number 2 and number 3 conditions, as well as to tie the approval to both the site plan and all the elevation plans. Okay.
And do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. We have all those who in favor? Okay, with a motion, the variance is approved with the stated conditions. And again, I say it to everybody, thank you very much for your participation today. Okay, we'll bring back the real chair, and we will go to item 17.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
We are on item number 17, 686 Mortimer Avenue. And the application is to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a rear covered basement walkout. The committee has before it a copy of plan and survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent dated November 27th, and 11 letters of support by owners, several owners on Mortimer Avenue and Woodmount Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent on the line, and I see no speakers for this item.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. If we can have the agent? Okay. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am. Sorry, I knew I was going to blow it. Hello, ma'am.
That's all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. So my name is Emmeline Decoré. Address is 1 Leaside Park Drive, and I'm the agent for this application.
Great, thank you very much. Just hang on a sec. Panel, would you like a presentation?
No, thank you.
Guys are okay? Ms. Diggory, we have read all the material you've submitted. The panel doesn't really need a presentation. We're going to take it into committee for a decision. Is there anything you'd like to share with the committee before we do that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, panel, we're in committee. Any thoughts, comments, motion?
My main concern was the lot coverage, but it's dealt with to my satisfaction in the letter provided by the agent, indicating that several houses in the neighborhood have the same or greater lot coverage. And yeah, so I believe that all the variances are relatively minor, and I would move that we accept this application.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve. There is a forestry condition number 1. Is there a seconder? Mr. Gogan seconds. All those in favor?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Wolper?
sorry. Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I believe that urban forestry condition is for the next item. Item 18.
You're absolutely right. Thank you very much.
Mental material.
Thank you very much. There was no condition. So if you could move your motion again, Ms. Fig.
Okay, I'm just calling up the file again. So I'll simply move to accept this application based on the fact that all 3 variances requested are minor.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gogan, do you want a second? Very much. All in favor? Your application is approved. Sorry for the confusion.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
Next item is item number 18. 18 ROSTREVOR Road. The committee, this is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front covered porch, and a rear 2nd and 3rd story balconies. The committee has before it copy of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plans submitted November the 13th, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, supporting materials from Christina Kostadinovic, received November 29th. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx. We have reports from Urban Forestry and also from Metrolinx, received December the 1st.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and I don't see any speakers for this item.
Great, thanks very much. Okay. Mr. Lazo.
Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue, Toronto.
Great. Thanks very much. Just hang on a second. Similarly, panel, would you like a presentation on this one?
No, I'll comment. I'd say it's a very complete application, but I don't have any comments.
Anyone else need a presentation? Good. Mr. Laszlo, the panel has read all the material. We don't really need a presentation. We're going to take it into committee. Would you like to share anything with the committee before we do that?
No, unless there's any questions or comments. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any comments, any questions of the agent? Ms. Fig?
No.
Perhaps, Mr. Agent, if you wouldn't mind just commenting even briefly on the maximum permitted floor space and the increase that you're requesting.
Yes, I'd be happy to actually. If staff could please put up the supporting materials submitted on November 29th. I think that really helps to clarify why the gross floor area or the FSI is as high as it is. You'll see it's a third floor plan that I just saw up there, and it sort of disappeared. It's the third floor plan with some hatching on it. Now, scroll. I'm not sure which direction you should scroll in. But you'll see it's supporting material. That's how it was stated online. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so in a nutshell, this is the proposed third floor plan. The grayed out area, that is the area that the zoning examiner included in her FSI calculation. And but you can see that in comparison to the actual proposed floor plan for the third floor. And the difference there equates to slightly under 20%. So in reality, our house is not 103%, which is kind of on the notice, with the actual FSI is closer to 85%, which tends to be sort of as normal as it gets for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Mr. Agent, my question with regards to variance number 4, the driveway is almost double the permitted width. Any comments on that?
Yes, well, the only real, I think the most important thing to mention about that is number 1, no comments from transportation, which is always a good thing. And number 2, we would not have asked for this extra wide driveway if we did not comply to all front yard landscaping requirements. And we do comply to all the required front yard landscaping. Thank you.
Any further questions? Good. Okay, we will take this one into committee. Comments?
Okay. Just from looking at all the variances, and number 1, we have permitted 170.9 meters floor space, right? And we are talking about 441. To me, it's not a minor variance, and going into the driveway as well. So I have a concern that it's this proposal is overpowering and it's over the top.
Okay, other comments?
I don't know the metrics. I don't know the metrics of this neighborhood and what is normal anymore, because the people are going. But almost 3 times the permitted seems quite high. I have to agree. But the only observation I'd have is that when you look at it in comparison to its neighbor and adjacent properties, it seems to be in a similar scale and footprint size, but that's just from my observation, right?
Okay. Ms. Big? Any thoughts?
Well, again, my question was about the first variance, and that I share a similar concern that's been raised by my fellow panelists, but I'm wondering, Chair, if we could go back to the agent and maybe just ask a little bit more elaboration.
Yes, we can. I'm sure he's dying to give you that elaboration right now. If we can have Mr. Laszlo back.
Yes.
So you heard the question. I think the panel's concerned about the FSI and its relation to similar dwellings in the neighborhood.
I have a list of multiple dwellings in the neighborhood, ranging from anywhere 128% all the way down to, well, obviously I can go much lower than that, but The 85% tends to be quite normal for the neighborhood. Like I said, I have right before me right now, I have 20 to 30 examples. So even though the number may seem high, it really does blend in and is the norm for the neighborhood. And just sort of focusing on the massing of the house. The house conforms to height, length, really conforms to all bylaws except the one south side yard setback. We're only asking for that to be reduced by 1 foot. But again, the overall massing of the house, and I'd like to say this without confusing the committee members, but it is equivalent to a house that is 72%. What I mean by that is the entire third floor is buried in the roof. The dormers at the front are entirely decorative and permitted. And so if you kind of take the gross floor area out of the calculation of the second floor, the remaining 2 floors leave you with an equivalent FSI of 72%. Again, which is much more, if I could put it this way, much more acceptable than the 85% that is acceptable for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that help, panel? Okay, we go back into committee. I think I'll just weigh in on this one. I think from my perspective, you look at the street, these streets are characterized by fairly large lots. And I think the agent is right in characterizing that most of the houses in this area are likely exceed quite considerably what the permitted FSI is, just judging by their size and nature. So I thought it was a fairly handsome design, and I think the agent rightly points out that there isn't a height variance, there's no depth, and there's no length variance, and very minor side yard setbacks or setback variances. So I'm not uncomfortable with this as an application, but I'll wait to see what you guys think.
Do we have any other conditions on this property?
This is the forestry one that I had last time.
Okay, good. So this is two, forestry condition 2 and 3? Oh, it's number 1. Okay, well, I'd like to move this for approval. I agree that, I do agree with what you're saying about the permitted area. I do understand the applicant's position with regard to the third floor where they're not getting usable space as a credit. I don't know if that's a legitimate excuse, but I think, again, all the other ones are minor, and this one seems to be in relationship to the neighborhood minor as well. So I would propose that we carry it with forestry condition 1.
Okay, move to approve with forestry condition 1. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Ms. Fig, all those in favor? Okay, 3. Ms. Volpert, are you dissenting? Okay. The application is approved. Thank you very much. We move on to number 19. Hold on, I have to do a bit of a change here.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Excuse me. Everyone. Okay.
Hi, we've actually joined as Andrew Hill.
Just hang on a second. Just hang on a sec. We'll be with you in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Okay. Everyone got their stuff ready? Except for me. Okay. Sorry, apologize for the delay. Okay, the number 19 is 88 Redwood Avenue. And the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a side 3rd-story terrace. Also to construct a new 1-story detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The committee has before it materials, copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, previous decision affecting the subject property, an arborist report, revised site plans received December the 1st, 2023, revision letter of the minor variances from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, and red line zoning notice from the agent. We also have email correspondence from Metrolinx and from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in opposition from 66 Redwood, 339 Greenwood, 103 Redwood, 95, 92 Redwood, 84 Redwood, 339 Greenwood, and 96 Redwood. So we have the agent with us.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have the agent online as well as 3 registered speakers in opposition online. We also made multiple attempts to contact the resident at 82 Redwood Avenue and at 84 Redwood Avenue, but we have not been able to contact them.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, is this Mr. Hill? No? We have the agent?
Hello?
Oh.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I wonder if you could
Hi.
identify yourself and your address, please.
Hi, I'm actually Mr. Hill's associate, and he's on logged in as an attendee, and I'm just wondering if you could unmute that so that we could present from our computer.
We're just looking into that right now.
What is he signed in as? Do you know the username he's using?
Andrew Hill. It was a Cisco link sent to our email. WebEx.
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Have you been unmuted? It doesn't appear that you can hear him.
I don't see him in the attendees list. Give me one moment. I'll send him an email to see if he can rejoin.
He's going to send you an email to see if you can rejoin, like a new email. Got it. Oh, he can hear you, but you can't hear him.
How are we doing, John? No luck? We're having difficulty contacting Mr. Hill.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we're having difficulty contacting your colleague.
Okay, you could just call us my cell phone number and we can talk through that. Can I give you a different number to call?
Is that okay?
We just we just want to be able to see the TV while we present.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps maybe we should set this item down. Let's get ourselves organized with the agents to speak. We can move on to the next item. However, we do have multiple speakers. One person here actually in person speaking in opposition, and then we have about 7 that are registered online.
So it may be a wait for us, for you to hear your item, or for us to hear your item, because we're having difficulty raising your colleague. Is that okay?
No, we can just do it from the phone here if that's better. I think we don't really want to wait.
Is your colleague available by phone?
Yeah.
So perhaps we can call Andrew Hill then? We'll call Andrew so he can use his phone. I mean, are you guys together, like in the same room?
That would be great.
Okay.
That would be great. Can you call him at 647?
It's okay. You don't need to say it. We have it. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so we'll just wait a moment while we make that connection.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sorry. So this is the number that we're talking to you right now with, that we have.
Yes, 647-539. So the number is 647-539.
Hold on, sorry.
7405.
7405. Okay.
So we're giving that phone number a call now.
Great.
Good. Went well.
Hello, Andrew. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, I think we've got everybody now. Mr. Hill, are you with us?
I'm here. Apologies.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
For the record, can you just identify yourself and your address, please?
Yeah, I'm Andrew Hill, agent for the applicant, 360 Dufferin Street.
Okay, Mr. Hill, before we get you to your presentation, you've made some revisions to the variances, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you, I know you've sent in a red line, but just for the record, can we walk through the variances and make sure we have the correct variances before us? So let's go through them one by one. Is number one changed?
Absolutely. So it has not.
Okay, number two?
This will be fully removed. The garage has been revised to adhere to zoning.
Okay, number three?
This can be fully removed. The revised design now has the soft landscaping in the rear adhering to zoning.
Okay, number four?
Number four remains, but is revised. The previous north side sidewall main height was 10.3. It is now 9.74. The south side will be 9.74, but as a clarification, that south side variance is also 1.2 meters back from the main wall of the south side of the house.
Okay. Yeah, 2 and 3 have been removed because they now comply with the bylaw. 1 has unchanged and 4 has been changed. Okay. All right, sir. If you can, we have some people who want to speak to this one. So if you could give us a presentation no longer than 5 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, as we just spoke about, we have revised the design. In reference, both to a research request that we did as part of our, design process for the project, and also in reference to some of the items of concern that the neighbors brought up. The FSI, as we see it, it is minor in nature. Through the research request, we saw some 61 precedents come up within 500 meters of the site. With the 0.8, that puts us in the sort of bottom 21% of the sort of previous CFA approvals. With that, we then jumped to obviously analyzing the immediate location around the site and saw, FSI of 0.8 is precedented largely within this street and the surrounding area, and thought it was prudent to adhere to that. There's some nuance to sort of FSI as it relates to building depth. We also wanted to sort of tread a little more lightly on the site, so the sort of reduced building length versus the 17-meter allowable kind of preserves lot area and, does produce some of that height variance. And then as we move to a sort of site plan notion, this isn't related to a variance, but some of the neighbors' concerns that we observed in the letters regarding the sort of laneway dimension, hopefully it'll come as some, bring some peace of mind to them that the existing fence is some like 0.4 meters from the lot line, and as per zoning, the new garage will be 1 meter from the lot line, so there'll be a gain to the sort of perceived and kind of usable width to the laneway as it currently stands. Another note as well, not necessarily variance related, but in reference to some of the neighbors' comments, we have revised the front yard layout to avoid a tree that rests on the neighboring property, but its roots certainly slide onto this property. So that revision, which did not alter the soft landscaping, it altered the soft landscaping in the front, but not below what is required. And also we provided as part of our presentation a landscape plan, just to sort of, it's after the site plan in the presentation. Just to further bring clarity, there's also some notes about a previous decision. This is not the same owner, not the same agent. We also agree that it's 1.095 request. It was quite large versus the 0.8, and to put into perspective, that's some 794 square feet larger than this proposal, which, as a study of the surrounding area, kind of equates to what existing houses kind of have as a level 1 footprint. So there's some nuance to our level 1 that I think beyond the sort of roof plan, you can sort of see the indents and alcoves that relate to that in that landscape plan. And again, the revisions to both the garage, now being 40 square meters, removes that variance and then also produces more soft landscaping. And we revised the hardscape in the backyard to provide at least 50% soft landscape to help remove that variance. Also, just in reference to some comments about tree number 14, as per the arborist report, as you can see in the images in the presentation and in the arborist report, it's unfortunate this tree sort of lays on half on one property to the north and half on this property, but it's probably due to the fact that this is a bungalow. It's grown very lopsided and actually rests on the roof of this property and against the property further to the south, as per the arborist findings. And any proposal would require this tree to be removed. It would be an unbuildable site, unfortunately, and it's quite dangerous in its current condition. In terms of the sidewall heights, we have revised the sort of profile of level 3 to reduce that sidewall main height. Also, the profile is now gable versus a shed, which is arguably in keeping more with sort of gabled profiles you see throughout the neighborhood. The south side variance on that main wall height, as you'll see in the elevation, we sort of dashed in what the allowable would be on that elevation. We see that because it's set back, it sort of yields a similar sort of massing profile. And then with that, we also provided some precedents for height variances, of which this at 9.7, kind of lands in the median between some of these previously approved variances. And then also kind of marching down the street and looking in the area. Our level 3 is kind of set
Sorry,
back
I'm just going to
from
ask you
the
to
front
wrap up
main.
now. You're considerably over your time.
Sorry. Just that level 3 is also pressed back from the top floor to sort of, again, mitigate that mass, and we think is in keeping with the sort of massing of other sort of 3-story gabled properties along the area.
Great, thank you very much. We do have some speakers, but panel, do you have any questions before we get to them? I think the panel appreciates that what we have before us is a smaller version, smaller application than what was here before and was refused. But we do have a number of speakers. I wonder, have you, and you have a new owner, new agent, have you had discussions with the surrounding neighbors?
We have not had discussions with the surrounding neighbors, and you know, we did see obviously the previous refusal, but we weren't able through that to see which neighbors perhaps had objections. But on earlier this week, the owner has dropped off letters of you know, reaching out to the neighbors both on the north and the south at 84 and 92, and you know, again, some of these concerns are more about sort of construction processes, and you know, all of those things are going to be adhered to, and you know, geotechnical consultants have already been on site, and many of the concerns that they bring up are already on our radar and the owner's radar.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have
For
the
you,
first
Mr.
speaker.
Chair, yes, we can go to the resident of 95 Redwood Avenue.
Ms. Mulligan?
There we go. Hello. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, it's frustrating being here again after the decision in February. I
Ms.
appreciate
Mulligan,
the
sorry
agent-
for interrupting.
Yep.
If you could just give us your full name and your address, please.
Oh, yes. Yep, Shannon Mulligan. I'm at 95 Redwood Avenue, so directly across from 88.
Great, thank you. Okay,
Thank you. Yes, I do want to negate some of the points from the agent. You know, as he mentioned, the previous decision is available online. I was able to see who submitted previous letters, as well as being somebody who is directly across from 88, and our front light and the light inside our house will be severely affected by this 3-story structure. I was shocked to see that once again, we were failed to be contacted. The letter that the agent mentioned that apparently only went to the north and south properties, we did not receive anything, even though at this time the agent would have seen that 95 Redwood submitted a letter of objection. We still received no communication on that. 84 Redwood is actually away right now, which again, they would have known if they'd had contact with people. So they have not received any of the updated information that was apparently dropped off. So it's frustrating again that, especially because the previous owner had purchased the house in order to sell it, and these owners have purchased it to live in there, as far as we know. But again, nobody would have reached out to find out what the issues were from the existing neighbors. In regards to the tree, which was one of my main concerns, so I do appreciate that the walkway in the front has been moved to relieve the stress on one of the trees that's actually not even on 88's property. However, there is still an existing tree that will be cut down. I'm not sure if it's within the guidelines, and that's why if it's too small, but it's a pretty, you know, sizable tree, and I don't see why if they moved the walkway once, it couldn't be adjusted again based on that. In terms of the height, you know, I saw the images that they've shared. I've lived on this street for about 8 years. I know the houses on it. One of the images they shared is from Highfield. It's a street 2 streets over. It's a different street. We do have a couple of really large builds on this house, and it does change the landscape of our street. I love the eclectic atmosphere of our street. I do not want cookie cutter houses, so I appreciate that the design is something interesting and, you know, something special. However, the size really does loom. We are going to lose a ton of light in our home. And we are outside with our 2 young kids constantly in the summer. Our neighbors regularly see us out there playing sports with our kids and reading on our porch, both in the morning and the evening. We're going to lose a lot of that really nice light. We know it's a balcony. It's not going to stay a balcony. You know, we're not unrealistic in that regard. And we get the space issue. Like I said, we have 2 small kids. We don't have enough space either. However, I think that there are other ways to design this that would still allow for internal space that I get is needed in Toronto, but without overtaking the amount of height that will be affected here. I would also love to see the back trees preserved. You know, the agent mentioned that the backyard tree is dangerous and that, you know, any build would have to remove the tree. But to that, I kind of say, like, people knew it was a bungalow when the house was purchased. So you can't guarantee that a tree, I don't believe that you should buy a property based on making changes that you don't know if they will be approved or not. That's not necessarily like the tree's fault. My other concern is around the backyard softscaping that was changed by, I think, removing like a deck or patio stones there in order to meet that variance. I think that's something that could be super easily changed after the fact and after everything is built, and it would still result in a lot of the loss of softscape, which results in drainage issues for the entire neighborhood. And so I'm concerned that it's a bit of a workaround and, you know, might be changed after the fact. So I just want to recap by saying we're so glad that somebody's going to be moving in here and wants to build a home that they want to live in. And we're, really thrilled to have more people on our street. It's such a lovely, beautiful street. But we do think that the lack of communication with the neighbors, it doesn't set a great precedent, and it makes us all really concerned about the construction and build process, that if there are issues that arise, we won't be informed about it, or that things will be misconstrued. And it makes us really uncomfortable in that regard, that we wouldn't have been talked to being so close to this property. And I think from the other letters of objection, we all our neighbors have the same general feedback. And a lot of this was shared with the previous report that is available and shared. I think that's my time. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, next speaker, please.
Jim, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Smith.
Avenue.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. It's Jim Smith from 96 Redwood Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My wife and I have owned and lived 3 doors north of the property for the last 29 years. And we're asking the committee to deny the 2 remaining variances, 1 and 4, because neither one are minor. They might be smaller than what was dealt with at the last COA meeting, but they're still large. One thing I'd like to submit is that Redwood Avenue it's a community unique to itself, and it's got a streetscape that's more filled with trees and mixed housing stock, and so far no monster homes. There's variance in size, but none this big. This is the local community I suggest this committee consider, and not an arbitrary circle of some half-kilometer in radius that encompasses many different small neighborhoods or lack of neighborhood on some of the neighboring streets. Now, the applicants seek still to supersize the building in both floor space and height. The request is for more house at more height at the higher end of our 1-block street than is currently allowed. First variant, the floor space index. A request for 33% greater floor space than allowed isn't minor. This is way more house than is usual in our Redwood neighborhood. In the supporting material that was supplied just yesterday, it's number 21 on the list of documents. At page 5, the applicant identifies only 2 other oversized homes on our entire street, both on the lower portion of a sloping street. The fact is that this property is on the high end of the street, and it will make this large building stand out even more. It will be intimidating and will, in a real sense, belittle its own site and the homes around it. It's literally too much house for the site, physically and visually. Now, variant 4, height. This variance requests that the applicants be allowed to construct, as far as I can tell, the highest wall on Redwood Avenue. As with the floor space index, at the higher end of the street, it'll be even more disruptive and visually intimidating. The fact that this appears to be from the material supplied by the applicant, the highest wall on the street, it's far too high for the local neighborhood. And that's supported as well by the list of wall heights provided by the applicant in the supporting document at page 11, or I think page 10 of that. Yeah, that's it. Only two, now one thing I'd like the committee to notice is only 2 entries on that entire list are for Redwood Avenue. One is for the current application at 9.7 meters. The second is way down the list at 22 Redwood for only 7.62 meters, which is notably, it's a full 2 meters lower than the applicant. What the chart and what both charts provided by the applicant prove really is that no variant has been approved on Redwood Avenue for anything near this, excuse me, this height. And little, if any, of our directly neighboring streets of Greenwood to the west and Glenside to the east. Many of the other heights listed on page 10, as with the floor space visual a few pages earlier, are on streets that are quite a piece away from our immediate neighborhood, and on streets where the mix of housing is really radically different. We've got a good community on Redwood, and just in summary, the reference materials show that for good reason, Redwood and Greenwood and Glenside, which forms a smaller area that has not had the applications that the applicant has encompassed in their larger half-kilometer circle, so far we've been immune to the blight of monster homes on smaller lots with disruptive heights, so far. But the applicant is asking this committee to allow them to allow the tendency to supersize at the cost of visual and neighborhood integrity to finally expand to Redwood Avenue. Now, one thing is, second last thing I'll say is that I suggest that this and the other concerns in the letters and in the other speaker and the one to come, they've really been exacerbated by the absolutely complete lack of communication of the applicants. I mean, I'm only 3 doors up. I only learned about this when I got the Committee of Adjustment notice. I would think that having inherited this problem and the previous application that was denied, the first thing that would have occurred to the applicant and their reps was to come around and talk to people. I mean, previously, they actually did. They came by and said, hi, we're doing something next door. It wasn't enough for the Committee of Adjustment, quite rightfully. Anyway, I just hate this idea of like communicating by way of Committee of Adjustment hearings as the first thing that we hear. So, I mean, in short, I'm asking that the committee resist the urge to allow this applicant to be the first to build more, to build bigger, to build higher, and just say no for the tendency to oversize, which should never be considered minor in any case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions, panel? Okay. Next speaker.
Jonathan, you've been unmuted.
Okay, great. So my name's Jonathan Strayer, and I live at 92 Redwood Avenue, which is the house immediate north of 88 Redwood. So I've lived here for 30 years. 88 Redwood Avenue is a small bungalow, and I have for many years fully expected it to be redeveloped. I welcome redevelopment of this site. I object to this proposal. I think the proposed development is out of character with the surrounding streetscape. The proposed floor area is like 34% larger than is what is permitted under the zoning bylaw. The house is too large for the lot when combined with the oversized garage. I don't consider it a minor variance. I was reading from my objection letter, which I filed on the 29th of November, and because they've revised the plans, which were only available online on December 4th, so I consider that a little bit sneaky, but I will continue. Last year, there was a Committee of Adjustment application for this property, which was denied, and the committee members emphasized the importance of the applicants communicating with the neighbors. In fact, in the Committee of Adjustment application, which was signed by the owner, it says that you're supposed to talk to the neighbors. So in the last couple of days, I've spoken to at least 6 of my immediate neighbors, and none of them has been contacted by the owners of 88 Redwood at any time. Something else that I find irritating is that from the arborist report and tree protection plan, it includes a plan to cut down 2 trees in my backyard to facilitate construction of the house and garage. You know, surely this would merit some kind of discussion with me. I do want to acknowledge that I received a note stuck in my storm door from the neighbors yesterday morning, which I picked up on the way to work. It says that they're planning to make some changes to their application. And this is a nice gesture, but I think this outreach should have taken place a month or maybe a month ago. You know, it's like I still have some concerns that aren't addressed in the proposed changes, but I'd be happy to have a conversation with the owners directly, you know, including the tree issues. I've only just discovered that there is a revised plan filed in the Application Information Center on December 4th. Like, I worked a double shift yesterday, and I was unable to study the letter from the owners of 88 Redwood, so I really kind of feel unprepared for this hearing. I haven't had time to review the last minute changes and really make any kind of a decision on whether, you know, it helps me or not, you know. Or I'd like the committee to defer the decision for a couple of weeks to allow time for neighbors to meet the applicants and to address concerns in person. Also to review, I would like time to review the last minute revisions, which I consider to be kind of like underhanded. The last thing I would like to say is that I think zoning bylaws are there for a reason. And the whole, the 60% or the 0.6 floor space index for Redwood Avenue, it seems about right to me. Like, the houses are well proportioned to the lots. So in closing, I'll make 3 points. 1, no discussion with neighbors. 2, no time to review last minute changes to application. And 3, house too big. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions?
Yes.
No questions. Is any further speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, so we'll go back to the agent.
Okay. We have the agent back, Mr. Hill.
Revised.
Mr. Hill, welcome back. Before you go into your rebuttal, the last speaker suggested a deferral. I wanted to make sure that you heard that and you could address that request.
We would like to rebuttal before we consider that request.
Okay.
Yeah, we really appreciate the comments, and I think as seen in first the initially submitted design, which I don't think that this client, this owner, should be penalized for the sort of previous applicant's proposal, which again was egregiously larger than anything precedented on Redwood. But in regards to the variances that we're speaking of today, at 0.8, which is yielding a 2,170 square foot home, is very much within what has happened on the street. The variances presented as precedent only come from the last 10 years. We've done some measurements on the street of houses that predate that, and 2170 is not a sort of supersized reference on this street. And 22 Redwood, for example, which was approved within the past 10 years at 0.84, I believe, is 2,475 square feet. So these precedents exist. The tone has been set on Redwood, and then sort of in both directions on either side of Redwood, which we would argue is this neighborhood, and thusly is a sort of minor variance in reference to the sort of prevailing patterns of approvals to date. In regards to the trees and the light voiced by Shannon, we're adhering to the sort of setbacks and the front yard requirements. The smaller tree that we're speaking about, it is under the sort of diameter that would have it be protected. And even if we were to try and protect that one, the clustering of them on the front lawn, maybe during construction, would probably make it difficult to save. But we do hope that everyone sees the gesture of the revised front yard to ensure that we can mitigate any injury to the larger one that does, I do think, affect the sort of streetscape there. And then in reference to the sidewall height, again, the height across the city has risen to 11 meters, and the sort of scale of things are probably going to follow that pattern throughout. The sort of style and massing of the third story is taken into consideration in terms of how that extended height affects the sort of perceived mass of the building. And again, that variance is not along the full length of the house. If we go to a roof plan, it's not the full length of the house, and the house is not even a full length it can be. So if it were a 17-meter long house, then the variance would be even less across that sort of length of the house. So it's these are minor in nature and in keeping with a lot of these things. And we understand the emotion around sort of previous applicants, and we had a similar reaction to seeing how large that was, and our sort of reaction and gesture to the neighborhood early on in the process was to sort of come down, do our research, look at what the prevailing trends have been in this area, and sort of design within those, and make sure that we were doing something that is precedented. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the agent? None? Okay, sir. If there's no questions, we will be taking this into committee. Panel members? Thoughts? Comments?
I'll add some thought. So,
is your mic on?
Yeah, my starting point for this would be, without any variances, what could they build on this site with regard to height, density, coverage, size, and then based upon what they're asking for with regard to increased GF or FSI, is it minor? And also, is there character? They talk about errors of character. When you look at the streetscape, it's not homogeneous. It has variety. There is variety of different vintage houses as well. I think that when I look at what the applicant could build without any variances and what he's asking for, I still consider the proposal, the two remaining variances, minor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Lois?
I think the deletion of the two variances made a difference for me. The one of more concern for me was 4, but I am persuaded by my colleagues' comments, and I agree with him.
Nellie, thoughts?
I agree that those variances could be considered minor. I just want to note that the lack of consultation with neighbors is concerning, and it shouldn't be the way to conduct business.
Thank you very much. I agree with Mr. Gogan as well. I think we are down to 2 very minor variances. This is a considerably reduced proposal from what was before the committee previously. I think the agent and the owner have tried to be sensitive to the neighbors. I appreciate that there's some concern. But when you have a small bungalow, the nature of what's there now, it's inevitable, I think, that is likely going to get redeveloped. And the proposal before us, I think, is the variances before us are really quite minor. And I think the applicant has done a good job to try and mitigate those concerns. So I would agree. Mr. Gogan, can I get a motion from you?
Forestry conditions on this, correct?
There is forestry conditions, 1 and 2.
And Metro links as well? 1 and 2 and Metro. So I move that we approve the application with the Metro lengths and the forestry recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Gogan moves approval subject to forestry conditions number 1 and 2 and Metrolinx condition. This is an amended application because we've reduced it from 2, so you're moving approval of the amended application. Okay, can I have a seconder? Ms. Volpert, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Okay, we're on to item number 20. This is 191 Gledhill Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, which will be a 4-plex, by constructing a front porch, a front and rear basement, walkout, a rear 1st-story covered deck, a rear 2nd floor balcony, and front and rear 3rd floor decks. Also to construct a rear 2-story detached garden suite. There'll be a total of 5 dwellings on this lot. For this item, the committee has before it a copy of plans of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, email correspondence from transportation, staff report from urban forestry, correspondence and support from 105 Gledhill and 187 Gledhill, correspondence and opposition from 152, 145, 137, 193, 174 Gledhill, 176 Oak Park Avenue, and 148 Gledhill.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the applicant online. We do have one person here speaking in opposition. And we have 5 registered speakers online speaking in opposition. We have made multiple attempts to contact the resident at 182 Oak Park Avenue as well as 192 Gledhill Avenue, but we were unable to reach them.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we will unmute the agent.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Dome.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, Mr. Dome, we'll need a presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. The application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, a 4-plex, and a rear 2-story detached garden suite. There will be a total of 5 dwelling units provided on the lot. I'd like to note that prior to submitting a Committee of Adjustment application, we reached out to planning staff. And overall, they had no concerns with the proposal. The only request that they had was to move the rear walkway to preserve the tree next to the garden suite. And that change was made and is reflected on the site plan. The staff report from Urban Forestry is recommending conditions 2 and 3. There are 7 variances requested. Variances 1 to 4 pertain to the main dwelling, and variances 5 to 7 pertain to the garden suite. Given the challenges of the housing crisis and the important need to provide more units, this application represents 5 comfortable and accessible dwelling units close to public transit in an area where dwellings with more than 1 unit are fairly common. This proposal offers reasonable variances when considering impact over the as-of-right bylaws. And to speak to the variances, variances 1 and 2 refer to the proposed length and depth of the main dwelling of 20 meters. The bylaw is 19 meters in this case, given that the frontage is 7.62 meters and the depth of the lot is 52.5 meters. And I'd like to highlight that these variances are mitigated by the fact that the 3rd story is designed to be stepped back on both the front and the rear and is 17 meters in length. The proposed dwelling is also within the bylaw for height and lot coverage. Variances 3 and 4 refer to the south side yard setback of the dwelling and front porch of 0.55 meters. This is also mitigated by the fact that the side yard setback on the north side is 1.25 meters, which is more than the 0.9 meter bylaw, and the front setback also complies with the bylaw. Furthermore, the adjacent neighbor on the south side, number 187 Gledhill, is in support of the application as per the letter of support on file. The proposed garden suite complies with all setbacks as well as lot coverage, and the variances that are proposed only apply to very small portions of the roof. For variance number 5, only a small portion of the peak of the roof triggers the height variance. Similarly, as shown on the garden suite elevation drawings, Z4 4.1 and 4.2, you can see that only the very small corners of the front and rear of the peaked roof apply to variances 6 and 7 for angular plane and have very negligible impact. You can see right there, Z 4.1, you can see the angular plane, which portions of the roof apply to the angular plane. It's a very, very small portion. And then on 4.2, you can see the height, given the peak of the roof, the height variance really only applies to a very small portion of it. The proposal also meets the bylaw for soft landscaping in the front and the rear. The design of the dwelling is relatively similar to other newer 3-story dwellings, such as to the north at 224 A and B Gledhill, each of which have lot frontages of 6.095 meters, which is a lot less than the frontage of this property, with similar side yard setbacks, as well as to the south at 159 Gledhill, 142, and 140 A and B Gledhill. And again, the owner has received a couple letters of support on file from the adjacent neighbor at 187 to the south and 105 Gledhill. I would also like to speak to the letters on file from neighbors, and we do appreciate their comments. And however, I would like to highlight that many of the comments do refer to the number of units and parking conditions, both of which are as of right under the bylaw. And furthermore, Transportation's report indicates that they have no objection to the application. And overall, we feel this application is quite reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call up Ms. Smith and then just come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting so long.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, this is my first time at a committee meeting or any meeting in general, so thank you for having me and speaking because I didn't follow the proper process. So I'm a little bit nervous about this, but I think I'm coming here not on behalf of.
I'm just going to stop you. If you could just give us your name and address first.
I'll listen to you for. It's Julie Smith, and I'm from 174 Gledhill Avenue.
Great, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here to not talk about every single variance that's within the committee here. I'm actually here to talk about the some of the major concerns that our neighbors have been talking about. I'm not talking on behalf of the neighbors, but I am talking in general of the concerns that we have gathered. So. One of those are parking. I am in a house that does not have a parking pad and have spent 23 years on street parking. I've seen various challenges that we've had between Lumsden and Burrell and have had parking enforcement involved to try and resolve. I've gone to the municipality, to Brad Bradford, to talk about trying to rectify the situation so we can accommodate all of the new changes that are happening to our street, and just recently is starting to improve. There's times where I have to park 2 streets away to have my family come, or to at 11 o'clock at night. I'm a single person who owns my house, and I cannot find reasonable parking. It actually has impacts on me because I can't go out at certain times of the night, can't just go out for shopping. I have to rearrange my parking and work with my neighbors to see how I can have parking especially in the winter. This is a concern as we have looked at the plans, and the current parking that we have at 191 will be removed. And we don't, and because this is 5 new dwellings, how do we accommodate 5 new cars on that street for street parking? We understand that everyone requires parking, but it's how is this going to be accommodated, and what's the solution for that? In the winter, we have piles of snow, and we can't get all of our parking spots, and people are parking quite a distance away from their houses in order for us to be able to park our cars. It is a concern, and I don't think I personally am objecting this build. I think it's a very large build for the site, and having this as a fourplex plus a garden. Are they rentals? Are they condos? It really changes the landscape of our community, which GLEDHILL has a community watch, which is not even that, but we all have this community watch. So there's a few things that I'm concerned about. But the one is that we do not have, our current, I guess, nature of the street is two-story, single-family homes. Most of them have not most of them, I would say less of them have rentals, but they do have rentals, which accommodates additional accommodation. But my point would be is how do you have 5 new dwellings, and putting on this lot? Yes, it's long, but how are you going to put the width of this and not encroach upon the north-facing house, which has an entrance at the side, has 2 windows at the side? How do you not encroach on your neighbors facing onto Oak Park when you have such a height and a balcony on a 3rd floor? How do you maintain this type of property? Because we do not have that on our street at this moment, except for one near Danforth. So I'm not talking on behalf of all the variances in general. I'm talking on behalf of our concerns of the neighbors. It was a big surprise to us. And we were surprised to receive the committee of adjustment when we didn't even know that there was a new build going on. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. I just wish there was additional communication with our neighborhood versus just the house that's on the south side of the new build. We have major concerns for that. Thank you for listening to me. I don't know what the solution is for this, but I am, in my opinion, very, very concerned about the parking, which will affect a lot of us that don't have parking pads. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. You did quite fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any questions before you go? Hold it. Any questions?
I'm running off.
No questions. Now you can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Danielle, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Can you just give us your name and your address, please?
Certainly. My name is Danielle Dobney. I'm at 178 Oak Park, which is my backyard backs onto 191 Gledhill.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the chair and the members of the committee. Having been listening for the last 5 or so hours, I just want to acknowledge that this is a really difficult task. And I understand that our city is really in need of more housing, so I don't envy your task. As the neighbor to the east of the proposed build, I am in objection of the application. You'll notice there are 8 letters of objection registered, as well as 2 letters of support. I would question the letter of support from 105 Gledhill, as this property is in the next block, around over 200 meters away from the current build. I'm going to speak specifically to the variances, as I'm guessing that's where our leverage is, specifically 1, 5, and 6. So the main building is, the main proposed building is longer than what is permitted. The main building's height is also of concern, as they have east-facing windows, which will be on the 3rd floor, which directly overlook the backyard of 178 Oak Park. Similarly, for the ancillary building, the garden suite, it's above the maximum permitted height of 6 meters. And as well, the roof penetrates from both the east and the west, the 45-degree angular plane. Both the height of the ancillary building and the height of the main building have concerns in terms of sunlight and privacy. And then my last comment about the garden suite is that on the east-facing side, there is a window on the 2nd story, and this garden suite directly overlooks the backyard of 178 Oak Park, which is, of course, concerning. From an environmental perspective, I understand that there's been an arbory report. I've reviewed the tree protection plan and note that the application proposes removing trees 1, 5, and 6, all of which are in good health. Tree 1 has an estimated age of approximately a quarter of a century. And I think what's not captured in the paperwork is that there are only a handful of coniferous trees on this side of the street and in this block. Removal of these trees would have a negative impact on the environment. Further, the property of 191 Gledhill slopes downward towards the east lot line in the direction of 178 Oak Park. And so another concern of removing trees from the property is the influence of water runoff towards the property on 178 Oak Park. Overall, I think myself and other community members were definitely in shock to see a proposed build for a three-story fourplex and ancillary building on the property of 191 Gledhill. As the neighbor to the east, I have some concerns about the variances. I understand that it is possible that the committee approves the request, and if it does approve the request, we would ask for the following considerations: to relocate the east-facing window on the ancillary building for privacy purposes, to adhere to the height bylaw for the ancillary building and for the 45-degree angular plane, as well as to consider privacy fencing and landscaping on the east lot line to allow for privacy of the backyard of 178 Oak Park and the property 178 Oak Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, move to the next speaker.
Jess, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Ms. Bootsma.
Hi, yeah, my name is Jess Bootsma, and I am at 176 Oak Park Avenue. So 191 is to the back of me and then one lot over. So yeah, I do understand that Toronto is in great need of housing, and with that will come more density. But I also think that the community should be involved in how that happens. You know, there were no consultations with the neighborhood regarding the May 2023 bylaws. And these buildings are very unlike what we have now in the neighborhood. I feel that the size and design are out of character with the neighborhood and would create privacy issues, especially the balconies on second and third floors of the fourplex, and also the garden suite. The garden suite would also erode valuable green space. They are not building on asphalt. They are covering up green space with mature trees. And I think that's worth preserving. I'm also wondering if the suites would be sold off as condos or rentals. A garden suite rental would be especially problematic regarding noise, barbecue smoke, and changing of neighbors if they rent it out short-term. And I'm also wondering who would take care of the landscape. I guess it's either condos or rentals. So who would, you know, if 3 mature trees have to be chopped down and replacements put in, I take it the first 3 years are critical for new plantings, and who would take care of that? And so, yeah, I am opposed to the variances for the width and the height. and the depth of the fourplex, given that we're going from, one residence to 5 residences. And we had no input in that decision. It's a small lot. I'm not sure how wide it is, I guess 25 feet. I think the building seems to be much too large for that. And I think going from 1 to 5 residences and from 1 to 2 buildings is not a minor variance. I moved here because there was open space and mature trees. And, I see that they are gradually being chopped down. And that's a concern. My main problem is with the garden suite. As I said, I mean, we need more housing. I would prefer not to have the depth change from 19 to 20 meters. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker.
Judith, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Ms. Ellis. Hello?
Judith Ellis, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Ellis.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, just about the variances on that. I really
sorry for
interrupting.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you just state your name and your address for the record, please?
Judith Ellis, 164 Oak Park.
Great, thanks very much. You can take up to 5 minutes if you like.
Okay. Just against the variances on the size, I think it should be within what the bylaws state. The tree cutting, really upset about that. The ancillary building, I kind of wondering, is this going to be an Airbnb situation? Are these investors just building on this property, or is it just going to, is it going to be a family dwelling? Yeah, I think we needed more information on this before this all sort of happened. And I guess that's sort of it with me.
Okay,
Thanks.
when we have the agent back, then we can ask the agent those questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Another speaker? 2 more?
Cameron, you've been unmuted. You can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. If you can state your name and address for us, please.
Yes, Cameron Gonzalez. I'm at 166 Oak Park Avenue. Just want to repeat what a lot of the other speakers have said, talking about the variances. I don't know how a 1 meter variance is minor, but I guess that's in the bylaws of a minor variance, but that seems excessive. As well as the loss of green space in the backyard, the privacy issues for me isn't that bad, but for my neighbors, I can understand that. I do see the point of the housing shortage, but to me, this seems like it's taking kind of advantage of and using that to their advantage and cramming as much real estate onto one lot. Now, it is a deep lot, but it seems that they're cramming a lot of real estate onto one size lot for 5 residents. And I can also echo although I'm on Oak Park, I can echo the parking issue because people park on this street who live on other streets because there's no parking on the street or there's limited parking on the street for them. So I can just for the people on Gledhill, I can see how the parking issue will be exacerbated by this. So that's all I had to say, and thank you for the time.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, one more speaker.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Chu.
Hello, my name is Paul Chu from 193 Gledhill Avenue.
Great.
Great. I'd like to echo all the sentiments that our neighbors have said so far. The few things I want to concentrate on are the tree removal that is about to happen. That is definitely a great loss of green space. The parking and infrastructure dilemma, I understand there's a need for housing development in Toronto, but it doesn't seem like there was proper participation from the neighborhood to kind of see what the parking and snow removal, and there's even at times flooding in the street. So there is concern on my part that 5 new dwellings with 5 new potential families would exacerbate that situation. And so there have been times where we've been actually locked out of our own driveway because another neighbor had to park in there for varying reasons and we're not able to get in there. So that in itself proposes an emergency kind of situation. What if a house gets on fire, right? And there's not enough room to maneuver within the street. Snow removal is also, at best, awkward, to say the least. In terms of the current tenant, again, I'm not sure what the situation is with 5 dwellings, but it seems like these are going to be pure rentals. And I'll echo again the concern of these being turned into Airbnbs. We all know the problem that Airbnbs poses to neighborhoods, and this being such a mature neighborhood with lots of children, that is of great concern with just random visitors popping in and out just for the sake of it, right? And on top of that, the current tenant that's living there, we're talking about housing crisis. He's about to get kicked out and evicted, just so that the potential developer can make more money to get out of the situation. There's also the entrance to the building, right? With 5 additional occupants traversing, that's going to be it can be quite busy and potentially problematic in terms of privacy. I'm not sure how close, or if there's even going to be a fence in the mix here, but the loss of privacy is quite severe, just because we have windows facing that in that general direction, south side, and the new building will have windows and a balcony facing in our general direction. Again, it's not in the nature of things. I'm sure if people are considerate enough, but people are people, right? In terms of the lot size as well, it seems very awkward to put in 4 families. Again, this being a mature neighborhood with access to schools and parks, I'm sure potentially families would want to move in, but it's hard to consider that, seeing the size of the lot and the amount of space that's being allotted to each unit. The garden suite being another potential for a family unit, but again, that's an awkward space to put a full family in with children. And I yield the rest of my time.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of our speakers. We can get the agent back to respond to what he's heard.
Joe, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I'd like to thank the neighbors for their comments. I would like to just reiterate that the height, number of units, the parking conditions, and the landscaping are as of right, and urban forestry has no objection, requesting conditions 2 and 3. Regarding the concerns over them being rental suites, it's not going to be an Airbnb situation, and these units are simply provided, to be able to accommodate people who can't afford to have their own home at this moment. And furthermore, they have access to transportation via public transit and biking. And transportation has no concerns with the application as well. I would like to speak to some of the comments from the rear abutting neighbor at 178 Oak Park. The length of the fourplex is actually about over 25 meters from the rear lot line, abutting the rear yard. So the actual height, which is within the as of right bylaw, and the length of the main dwelling won't really be affecting that rear lot line, given the length of the property. And furthermore, the garden suite itself is also meeting the rear yard setback, and just over 5 meters, 5.81 meters in length away from the rear lot line. And as I mentioned earlier, the portions of the roof to which the variances actually apply there are really, really quite negligible. And this is why we contacted planning ahead of time, and their input on this type of application. We know this is a new a new type of proposal, and in many areas it does represent an increase over what they are used to. But we feel this is very necessary, and through our conversations with the city and all the different commenting parties, it seems like this is quite reasonable for its impact over the as of right conditions.
Okay. All right, panel questions. Lois.
Sir, you heard one of the neighbors ask the committee to consider the condition of relocating east-facing windows and also establishing a privacy fence on the east lot line. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, relocating the window itself, I feel like that would have a detrimental impact to the living space in the garden suite itself. But privacy, if committee deems it necessary to include a privacy condition, that would be okay. Some type of visual screening, that would be acceptable.
Melanie, did you have a question?
I have a couple of questions. Are there any 3-story buildings in the vicinity on the street?
Yes. Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, there are some other newer 3-story dwellings. So to the north, there's 224 A and B, GLEDHILL, and they each have 3 stories and have lot frontages actually 6.095 meters. And as far as the setbacks go, they actually have similar setbacks to what is being proposed here as per the setback variance, but the proposal here actually maintains a larger setback, in this case on the north side. It has almost double the amount of side yard setback as those properties. And as far as other 3rd-story dwellings to the south at 159 GLEDHILL, 142, and 140 A and B GLEDHILL are other examples.
And did you talk to the neighbors? And it seems like many were surprised by the this whole project coming up. Did you make any reasonable attempts to clarify the situation, or to talk to the neighbors?
I have not spoken to the neighbors. I was in communication with planning department. The owner did go speak to some neighbors. I'm not exactly clear on how many neighbors he spoke to, but he did get support from the adjacent neighbor to the south, 187, and as well as 105. And I understand that in many situations, it's not always possible to address everyone's concerns. But in this particular case, there are some neighbors who were consulted who, like 187, has a very close proximity and would be experiencing the impact and is in support, and also feels it's reasonable.
Okay. Any further questions? I have a couple. Just for context, this is how far of a walk would this be to the Danforth subway?
This would be to Danforth subway. I'm not sure at the moment here, but it is just a few minutes walk from the public transportation at Lumsden and Gledhill.
Well, there's also a walk to Woodbine, I guess, right? So my point is, I'm just trying to get a sense of, the walkability to public transit.
The walkability, I would say, is fairly good. It's an area where many different means can be used to access public transit, and this is this is just going to be a necessity going forward.
Okay. The other question I've got is, I frankly don't have too much difficulty with the main dwelling. I am a little bit concerned about the garden suite. You're seeking a height variance. And I'm wondering, it looks like it's a design because it's a peak roof. So I'm just wondering what your thinking is behind needing roughly a meter increase over the height requirements.
Well, it's I think just it owes to the design. That's something that I think would be visually pleasing, as opposed to cutting off that area, and that would provide some additional space above. And there's a couple of skylights on one side as well. And we just feel that the actual impact of that, combined with the fact that the setbacks are they comply with the bylaw, and the distance from the rear lot line. So we feel that roof impact is really reasonable in that sense.
Yeah, I get it. You've got a cathedral ceiling on the second story, it looks like, because you have skylights. So, I think the neighbors in behind are concerned about the visual impact. They're concerned about overlook, and they're concerned about, sight lines and what kind of an impact that size of a structure might have on them. So I will, when I find myself sympathetic to that view. But we'll leave it at that. Is there any further questions? Sorry, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, if committee deems it necessary, sort of a privacy condition at the rear lot line, so that would be a potential.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, seeing none. We will take this into committee. Anyone have any comments to start us off? Nellie?
I have.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Flip a coin, guys.
Okay, well, I'll go, but I'll try to be brief. So this is one project where it encapsulates a lot of the issues that we're seeing with the City of Toronto now. I'll try to be brief. With parking is an issue throughout the city. Unfortunately, this application doesn't have any direct impact on parking other than removing an existing front parking driveway spot, which is their right to do. The second thing about the fourplex, it's an as-of-right use of the site, so we have really no jurisdiction to comment on that, really. So what we look at is kind of the overall density and height and massing of the site. Then when we look at the garden suite, again, like the multiplex, the city is making initiatives to create affordable housing within the city, not at the compromise of neighborhoods, but also to create appropriate solutions for the garden suite. So what I'm trying to get to is the variances that I think we're being presented with, I feel are minor, but it's important that all the people who contributed today and spoke, it's great that they spoke about the issues of their neighborhood. And the applicant could hear their concerns, especially about privacy and whatnot. So I will probably be in favor of this application, including the forestry requirement and a request for some privacy measures to be taken with the garden suite. But I want to hear other feedback first.
Agree with your comments entirely. The agent did mention that he would be okay with privacy fencing. So that could be a condition that we could consider.
I just, looking and hearing to all those cases, it's just, I'm increasingly concerned about the lack of proper, consultation and talking to neighbors. And, while some cases we saw today, we are talking about, single house being, bigger, so not a considerable impact. But in this case, it's a dramatic change for the street. Like if you look at the street there, probably the agent, mentioned a couple of three-story houses. In the, if you look at the street, you don't see in the vicinity anything of the scale. So it's a very major dramatic impact on the neighborhood. And, we are talking about, of course, increasing the supply. But, when official plan says, that, the changes, they should be gradual. They have to be in tune in neighborhoods. So it's not the, the kind of end in itself, all right? So my view, and considering the, and dramatic impact we are, seeing here, dramatic impact for the neighbors and for the neighborhood, I would defer this, until a proper consultation is, is conducted.
This neighborhood is ripe for additional density intensification. It is close to public transit. It is the kind of, a fourplex is what the city council is trying to introduce into existing neighborhoods. I think it's quite appropriate and necessary and needed. I have no problem with the main dwelling, with the exception maybe there might be screening at the rear terrace. But I think there's also a really legitimate opportunity to introduce a garden suite into this property and into this neighborhood. My concern is height. I don't really see why a design couldn't be brought forward that could be consistent with the guidelines for height. This is a peak roof. I don't think you necessarily need a peak roof. I think that adds to the visual impact. I think that adds to overlook. I think a garden suite could quite easily be introduced into this property. I'm uncomfortable with the additional height. I just don't see any need other than this design to have a cathedral ceiling in the upper story. I frankly, my view, I'd like to see this come back with a different proposal for a different design on the garden suite, frankly. And I don't think that would be difficult to do. So I'll leave it to someone to either respond to that or put forward a motion.
Could we make a proposal that item 5 be removed? So we approve 1, 2, 3, 4.
We can do that. That's exactly right.
And 6 and 7, but not 5, which is the asking for relief from the 6-meter height requirement.
Yes.
And I think that would be, basically forces the applicant into a flat roof, effectively, for that, or whatever the outcome would be. But it would allow the application to move forward, be approved with that revision. I don't know if we reach out to the applicant and ask if that's something that they would rather deferral, or whether they, or do we just?
Fair enough. That's a reasonable compromise, I think. Sabrina, should we check back in with the agent on that, or we have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you could come out of committee and go back to the agent and see if that's something that they would agree to.
Let's do that. We will come out of the committee. And Mr. Dome, you've heard the discussion the panel's having about the garden suite. What would you, how would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I feel that is an appropriate compromise.
Okay, so we would remove variances number.
Just 5.
Just
5.
Through you,
There's
Mr.
a height
Chair.
too. There's a height.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so you would refuse variances 5, 6, and 7, all pertaining to the height of the 2-story ancillary building, because it's penetrating the angular plane.
That's right. Okay. So, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dome. Let's go back into committee. I'll need a motion if that's the pleasure of the panel.
There is a forestry condition.
Yeah, I know. We'll wait to the motion here.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to approve with the removal of zoning variances 5, 6, and 7, with and also the inclusion of variances. Let me see. 2 and 3, I think it is, for.
Condition.
Or the
Condition,
of
forestry condition 2 and 3.
Conditions 2 and 3.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Gogan to approve variances 1 through 4 and refuse variances 5, 6, and 7. Do I have a seconder to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with the condition of urban forestry, number 2 and 3, and then no privacy screening on the laneway suite, or? Because you're not approving the height?
The height. I think we're fine without the privacy screen.
Just confirming.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do I have a seconder to that? Ms. Fig, all in favor? Application is, Ms., you dissent? One dissension, so the application is approved. Okay, we move to the final item for today. 699 Annette. The purpose of the application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition, a rear ground floor landing with stairs, and a rear 3rd floor roof walkout deck. There will be a total of 2 dwelling units in the building. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan received November 14th, 4 photographs of trees received September the 7th, and staff reports from urban forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and I do not see any registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Hutchinson.
Dan, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Hutchinson.
I'm going to give him a call.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Hutchison.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, I see you on my screen, but I hear nothing.
Okay, just hang tight.
Sorry, Dan, is there an issue with our audio or yours?
I have no idea. My screen says that the sound is on.
But sorry, Mr. Hutchison, can you hear
I'm
us?
muted.
Mr. Hutchison, can you hear us?
Only in my phone.
Mr. Hutchison, can you hear us?
I'm going to turn off the WebEx because I'm getting a horrible reverberation.
Okay.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes. I had to turn off the WebEx. For some reason, I'm not getting sound.
Okay. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Of course. My name's Dan Hutchinson. I'm the applicant. I live at 185 Stephen Drive, apartment 404.
Okay. Panel, do you think you need a presentation on this one?
Well, I'm hoping this is straightforward enough and small enough.
Hold on, Mr. Hudson, just a sec. You guys okay? Do you want a short presentation?
No.
Okay, we'd like a little short presentation if you would.
I'll keep it short and sweet. It's been a long day, I know. So my clients already have a horrible, dilapidated little addition on the back of the house that is in line with the house, with the building they're attached to. The stairs are treacherous and unusable, so we designed a new staircase. That's why the addition is the size it is. I tried to make it as tight of a staircase as possible, and it took a lot of work to get it down that small. When we added the second floor addition, that was to make up for some of the space we were losing trying to get through this staircase. It also gave some covered outdoor living space to the main floor unit. And the reason I've extended the stairs up to the roof as I have is because this way my clients who live on the upper level of the building can have a private outdoor living space, and the people on the main level can now have the backyard to themselves as opposed to everybody trying to share one little backyard.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions?
No.
Are you concerned that there's a bit of an overlook issue on the third floor deck? It doesn't look like you have any screening.
A bit of an overlook.
Is there any
I didn't worry
overlook
about
issue?
the overlook up. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you. I'm not concerned about an overlook because the neighbors already have roofed upper level decks at their place. And frankly, we've got a lot of trees around there, and it doesn't seem to be a privacy concern for anybody. Or if it is, nobody's spoken up about it to us.
Okay.
Just to clarify, is it a multi-family dwelling?
Yes, it is. So right now, and that's why we needed this staircase, the second floor is its own unit, and it also has half of the basement. And right now, the only way for the second floor unit to get to the basement is to come down that stair in the back. Otherwise, they have to walk out the front door and go around from the exterior to get to the basement entrance. The people who live in the ground floor unit, they have their own interior staircase to the front half of the existing basement, which is their half of the basement.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any further questions? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Thoughts, comments, motion?
I move that we accept this application as the 3 variances requested are minor in nature.
The forestry condition number 2?
Oh. We're just checking, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, I'll include in my motion, of course, that forestry condition number 2 be met.
Okay, Ms. Fig moves approval of this application subject to forestry condition number 2. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. And that brings to a conclusion today's proceedings. We are adjourned at 6:06 p.m. Thank you all. Thanks, Sabrina and John.
Thank you,
all.
everyone.
Thank you.